Ja, meine Damen und Herren, die erste Enttäuschung am Morgen, ich bin nicht Michelle Obama, wie Sie feststellen. Wenn ich so im Land unterwegs bin, frage ich ganz gerne mal, wenn ich den Eindruck habe, wir haben eine Vertrauensbeziehung miteinander, ob die Leute eigentlich Nachrichten gucken. Und häufig kriege ich die Rückmeldung, dass sie die nicht gucken. Und das liegt daran, dass, wenn wir uns mit Zukunft auseinandersetzen, viele Menschen damit nicht so viele positive Dinge verbinden. Die haben Zweifel, ob wir das hinbekommen, den nächsten Generationen eine lebenswerte Umwelt zu überlassen. Die haben Zweifel, ob bei dem Hunger von großen Rechenzentren eigentlich die eigene Stromrechnung bezahlbar sein wird. Und die fragen sich, ob jemand da ist, der, wenn man alt ist, einem vorliest und sich um einen kümmert. Es fehlt an Zuversicht in dieser Gesellschaft. Und dafür zu sorgen, dass es wieder begründeten Anlass für Zuversicht gibt, das ist, glaube ich, etwas, was uns hier in diesem Saal eint und woran wir alle arbeiten müssen, um eben die Potenziale in unserer Gesellschaft zu heben. Erst vor ein paar Wochen auf dem Hessischen Innovationskongress haben wir darüber diskutiert, wie sich beispielsweise aus technologischen Innovationen auch Wohlstand unterstützen lässt, um zu motivieren für die Zukunft. Und bei der Diskussion um den Wohlstand muss auch völlig klar sein, dass der sich nicht nur in wirtschaftlichen Kennziffern bemisst, sondern dass auch ökologische Aspekte und soziale Verantwortung mitgedacht werden müssen. Und klar ist auch, wir müssen unsere Wirtschaft zukunftsfähig gestalten, um unseren Wohlstand zu erhalten. Ich war gestern erst in Baunatal bei Volkswagen. Viele der Themen, die mir so in der Wirtschaft begegnen, sind dieser Tage nicht ganz einfach. Und gerade vor dem Hintergrund aktueller und zukünftiger Herausforderungen gilt es, für uns alle gemeinsam eine gute Zukunft zu gestalten, die ökologische Verantwortung, soziales Miteinander und wirtschaftliche Dynamik verbindet. Wir in Europa haben eine beeindruckende Landschaft an Unternehmen, von innovativen Start-ups über mittelständische Familienunternehmen bis hin zu internationalen Großkonzernen mit teilweise über jahrhundertelanger Tradition. Überall wird gearbeitet, überall wird entwickelt, überall wird geforscht, überall verändern sich auch Produktionsweisen und Arbeitsmethoden, um dafür zu sorgen, dass wir auch in Zukunft wettbewerbsfähig bleiben können. Ob das im Norden oder im Süden ist, in den Großstädten oder im ländlichen Raum, überall dort finden wir in Hessen starke Unternehmen, auf die wir stolz sind und die wir bei ihrer Arbeit unterstützen wollen. Als konkrete Beispiele für Bereiche, in denen insbesondere unser Bundesland in Hessen erfolgreich ist, kann man beispielsweise nennen die Robotik, die Optik, die Laser und die Magnettechnik, die Halbleitertechnologien und den Maschinenbau. Und ich könnte das, wenn wir miteinander ins Gespräch gehen, in so vielen Bereichen weiter diskutieren. Überall dort wird eigentlich begründeter Anlass für Zuversicht geschaffen und trotzdem wird deutlich, dass wir uns auch in Hessen in einem Umbruch befinden. Meine Sommertour, da habe ich in 2 Wochen 27 Unternehmen besucht, hat gezeigt, dass bei vielen Unternehmen der Schuh drückt. Und je nachdem, in welcher Branche ich unterwegs bin, es geht immer um überbordende Energiekosten, es geht immer um zu viel Bürokratie und es geht immer um fehlende Fachkräfte, Themenfelder, die ja heute auch hier auf dem Kongress bearbeitet werden. Überall dort haben wir große Herausforderungen, überall dort wollen wir auch seitens dieses großen Hauses, das Sie angesprochen haben, Sie bei Ihrer täglichen Arbeit unterstützen. Und ein Thema vielleicht zu nennen, mit dem wir wirklich einen großen Wurf wagen wollen in Hessen im nächsten Jahr, ist unser Hessenfonds, mit dem wir ein Instrument schaffen wollen, um den Wandel wirklich kraftvoll zu gestalten und ihn auch ein Stück weit günstiges Kapital zur Verfügung zu stellen für die Zukunftsideen, die es jetzt braucht. Dieser Hessenfonds soll Unternehmen im Transformations- und Innovationsprozess unterstützen, er soll sie voranbringen, er soll dafür sorgen, dass der Wohlstand auch in Zukunft bei uns in Hessen geschaffen wird. Aber nicht nur die Unternehmen erleben einen Umbruch, meine Damen und Herren, sondern auch die Bürgerinnen und Bürger. Ich versuche häufig, das Wort Transformation zu vermeiden, weil das vielen Menschen Angst macht, weil sie das Gefühl haben, da wird etwas übergestülpt. Und worum es eigentlich gehen muss, ist, die Menschen zu motivieren, selbst aktiver Teil dieses Wandels zu werden, den Wandel nicht zu verstehen als eine Bedrohung ihrer Lebenssituation, sondern eben als ein Versprechen in die Zukunft, in ein gutes Leben. Deswegen müssen und wollen wir die Sorgen, die die Menschen haben, ernst nehmen. Wir wollen dafür sorgen, dass niemand zurückgelassen wird. Das ist originäre Aufgabe auch von Politik, Sicherheit zu geben in bewegten Zeiten. Und für viele Menschen bedeutet Sicherheit, dass sie am Ende auch von ihrem Einkommen ein möglichst gutes Leben gestalten können. Ein gutes Leben, das ist auch ein Versprechen in die Zukunft. Und wenn ich von Versprechen in die Zukunft spreche, dann bin ich bei Ihnen, wo Sie tagtäglich an Innovation arbeiten, glaube ich, genau richtig. Innovationen erfüllen auch eine soziale und eine gesellschaftliche Aufgabe. Es geht immer darum, wie Innovationen sich auf den Alltag der Menschen auswirken. Sie vermitteln eine Vision, wie eine möglichst gute Zukunft für uns alle aussehen kann, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Wir können diese Zukunft, die wir uns vorstellen, die wir uns wünschen, aktiv gestalten. Wir können unseren Beitrag leisten, dass das keine Idee bleibt, sondern dass das morgen die Wirklichkeit wird, mit Mut und mit Zuversicht. Auch darum geht es heute am zweiten Tag des Impact Festivals. Lassen Sie sich davon inspirieren und informieren, lassen Sie sich davon anstecken. Herzlichen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Sorry. Fantastische, inspirierende Worte. Wir setzen uns für einen kurzen Fireside-Chat, links oder rechts, links wahrscheinlich, ich eigentlich auch. Wir haben uns das Thema Arbeit vorgenommen, Arbeitsorganisation im Wandel. Aber bevor wir draufkommen, Sie haben ja jetzt schon 15, 20 Minuten Zeit genommen hier auf diesem Impact Festival. Vielleicht können Sie ein paar erste Eindrücke mit uns teilen.
Ich nehme ganz viel Motivation wahr, ganz viele tolle Ideen. Ich habe mich beispielsweise eben bei einem Startup informiert, das Unternehmen dabei unterstützt, ihre Energiekosten zu optimieren. Das passt ja zu dem, was ich eben auch ausgeführt habe. Bei so vielen Unternehmen, wo ich unterwegs bin, die haben ganz konkrete Herausforderungen. Überall an den Ständen, wo ich unterwegs war, habe ich das Gefühl gehabt, da wird an Mosaiksteinen, an Puzzleteilen gearbeitet, um genau das einzulösen, was viele erwarten. Also wenn ich auf solchen Festivals unterwegs bin, mich inspiriert das nicht nur, mich motiviert das für meine tägliche Arbeit. Und deswegen glaube ich auch, dass viele Besucherinnen und Besucher ganz viel für sich auch an positiver Stimmung mitnehmen. Ich finde das ganz toll, dass es das bei uns hier in Frankfurt gibt.
Genau, und das müssen wir dann noch konvertieren in genau eben diesen gesellschaftlichen, sozialen Wandel, den Sie auch angesprochen haben. Stichwort Arbeit. Ich habe mir etwas rausgenommen. Ich habe Ihren Vornamen gegoogelt. Haben Sie das selber schon mal gemacht?
Ich kenne meinen Vornamen, ja.
Die Bedeutung Ihres Vornamens ist tatsächlich der Schmied. Wussten Sie das?
Der Eisenschmied, ja.
Genau. Was bedeutet Arbeit für Sie?
Ich habe ja das Glück, zu einer großen, privilegierten Gruppe zu gehören, für die Arbeit mehr ist als nur Einkommen, Verdienst. Sondern ich habe die Möglichkeit, das hatte ich auch vorher schon in meiner Tätigkeit als Anwalt in großen Kanzleien, etwas zu tun, das mir auch persönlich was zurückgibt. An Themen zu arbeiten, die mich auch persönlich wirklich bewegen und umtreiben, mit Ihnen gemeinsam an Zukunftsfragen jetzt als Minister zu arbeiten. Also für mich ist Arbeit auch ganz viel Sinnstiftung und Selbstverwirklichung. Zur Wahrheit gehört aber auch, es gibt ganz viele Menschen in dieser Gesellschaft, für die Arbeit nur ist, über die Runden zu kommen und einen Verdienst zu haben. Deswegen ist es auch so wichtig, dass wir immer wieder, wenn wir über Arbeit sprechen, die vielfältigen Dimensionen sehen, dass wir über gute Arbeitsbedingungen sprechen, aber auch über anständige und faire Löhne. Und das ist ja etwas, das unsere Wirtschaftsordnung in den letzten Jahrzehnten auch wirklich stark gemacht hat, dass eben die Fragen von Mitbestimmung, fairer Entlohnung, von anständigen Regeln im Arbeitsleben, dass die zusammengedacht werden, um eben allen Menschen in dieser Gesellschaft, die arbeiten und damit tagtäglich diesen Laden am Laufen halten, auch einen fairen Anteil von dem zurückzugeben, was wir alle miteinander erwirtschaften.
Jetzt haben Sie ja Ihre Sommerrede, sage ich schon, Ihre Sommertour angesprochen. 27 Unternehmen haben Sie besucht. Ich glaube, die wichtigsten Schlagwörter haben Sie auch eben schon in Ihrer Rede genannt. Immer wieder kommt das Thema Fachkräftemangel, immer wieder kommt das Thema Bürokratisierung. Was kann die Politik genau bei diesen zwei Stellschrauben tun und was muss sie jetzt auch leisten, eben damit Arbeit für so viele auch weiterhin möglich ist und gut möglich ist, gefüllt werden kann auch mit Sinn?
Ich glaube, wichtig ist, gerade wenn wir über Fachkräfte sprechen, die ganze Bandbreite auch an Möglichkeiten zu sehen,
Mhm.
weil das Thema nicht ganz einfach zu lösen ist, aber ich glaube, es ist zu lösen. Ich habe häufig die Situation, wenn ich im direkten Bürgergespräch bin, dass mir Leute sagen, ich würde auch mehr arbeiten,
Mhm.
aber wenn die Familie haben, ich habe keine geregelte Situation für die Kinderbetreuung beispielsweise. Wenn die Ampel in der Kita einfach über Nacht von Gelb auf Rot springt, dann
Mhm.
haben sie am nächsten Tag den kompletten Arbeitstag durcheinander gewürfelt. Also die Frage der Fachkräftegewinnung beginnt dabei, dass wir endlich Vereinbarkeit zwischen Familie und Beruf schaffen. Das ist nun ein Thema, für das ich gar nicht zuständig bin in meinem Ministerium, aber wir sehen das in der Landesregierung schon in der Bandbreite, weil diese Themen eben nicht ganz einfach zu lösen sind. Und ich will den Leuten ja nicht irgendwelche Scheinlösungen versprechen, sondern ich will, dass sie sich wirklich nach 5 Jahren in diesen Bereichen was bewegt hat. Und wenn wir über Familie sprechen, das kann man ja bei den Eltern und Großeltern fortsetzen. Wenn wir das Pflegethema nicht in den Griff bekommen, dann werden wir in den nächsten Jahren erleben, wie immer mehr Menschen ihre Arbeitsstunden reduzieren, um
Mhm.
sich um die eigenen Eltern und Großeltern zu kümmern. Und in vielen Bereichen passiert das. Und was ist dann die Konsequenz für die Wirtschaft? Nun, ich kann das spüren, wenn ich mal aus der Großstadt rausfahre, in mittelständischen Unternehmen unterwegs bin, gerade im ländlichen Raum, 150 Mitarbeitende oder weniger, die sagen mir häufig, wir haben volle Auftragsbücher, aber wir können nicht unter Volllast laufen, weil uns die Leute fehlen. Und das ist ein ganz großer Baustein, damit das gelingt. Ein zweiter ist, und dafür setze ich mich schon ein, seit ich Schülervertreter bin,
Mhm.
damit habe ich angefangen, mich für Politik zu interessieren. Junge Leute brauchen eine Chance, manchmal auch eine zweite.
Mhm.
Wir können uns das in dieser Gesellschaft nicht erlauben, dass am Ende eines Jahrgangs 4-5% keinen Schulabschluss haben. Wir können uns das nicht erlauben, dass noch mehr nicht wissen, wie sie weitermachen sollen in das Berufsleben. Und deswegen spielt beispielsweise die Frage der Berufsorientierung auch so eine große Rolle, Perspektiven aufzuzeigen. In der Region, in der wir hier leben, brauchen wir bis 2028 etwa 200.000 Fachkräfte, davon 3/4 mit Ausbildung, also duale Ausbildung und
Mhm.
1/4 im akademischen Bereich. Sprich, wir müssen eigentlich viel mehr Menschen dazu motivieren, sich für diesen Weg auch der dualen Ausbildung zu entscheiden. Da macht mein Ministerium auch viele Dinge. Zum Beispiel unterstützen wir Unternehmen auch den Bewerberinnen und Bewerbern eine Chance zu geben, die vielleicht nicht die besten Schulnoten haben, aber ja trotzdem gute Azubis und gute Fachkräfte werden können.
Mhm.
Wir haben jetzt in diesem Jahr mit dem Kultusministerium gemeinsam so Schnupperpraktika ausgerollt. Das sind dank der Unternehmen, die mitgemacht haben, 5.700 Tagespraktika entstanden. Da finde ich vielleicht nicht meinen Traumberuf,
Mhm.
aber ich habe eine Möglichkeit, mal links und rechts zu gucken, was ich aus meinem Leben machen kann. Und diese Dinge zusammenzupacken, da würden wir enorme Potenziale im Inland heben. Und da habe ich über Fachkräftezuwanderung noch gar nicht gesprochen.
Mhm. Ein Herzensprojekt von Ihnen war ja auch der kostenlose Meister. In dem Zuge, vielleicht können Sie ein paar Worte noch mal dazu sagen, was Sie da umgesetzt haben, auch sehr schnell, glaube ich, in den ersten 100 Tagen und wie wichtig das für Ihre Arbeit ist.
Das war die erste Maßnahme, die ich tatsächlich in diesem Paket der Sofortmaßnahmen der Landesregierung für das Wirtschaftsministerium auf den Weg gebracht habe.
Mhm.
Mich hat das immer gestört, dass junge Leute, die eine Ausbildung gemacht haben, wenn sie überlegen, sich weiterzubilden, den Meister zu machen, um einen eigenen Betrieb zu eröffnen oder vielleicht auch einen Handwerksbetrieb zu übernehmen, übrigens andere junge Leute dann auch ausbilden zu können, dass die mit Tausenden von Euro von Schulden in diese nächste Phase starten. Ich will ja, dass die sich auf ihr Geschäft konzentrieren und nicht ihre Schulden erstmal im Blick haben. Deswegen haben wir zum 1. Juni die Meisterprämie in Hessen auf 3.500 Euro erhöht. Das bedeutet, dass junge Leute, die diesen Meister machen,
Mhm.
die können dann über das Aufstiegs-BAföG sich knapp 75% der Kosten über das BAföG ersetzen lassen und dann ist immer eine Lücke geblieben und diese Lücke wird jetzt für alle Meister und vergleichbaren Abschlüsse geschlossen, indem, wenn man bestanden hat, vom Land Hessen diese Meisterprämie von 3.500 Euro bekommt. Und ich finde gerade in diesen Zeiten, wo gesagt wird, Leistung wird nicht genug belohnt, das ist mal ein Beispiel, wo Leistung belohnt wird und wo wir jungen Leuten klar machen, die haben unsere Unterstützung. Wir wollen, dass die mutig sind, wir wollen, dass die diese Schritte machen. Und mit jedem Meister, jeder Meisterin, den wir jetzt zusätzlich bekommen, haben wir ja auch die Chance auf neue Handwerksbetriebe, auf Übernahmen, gerade wenn Generationenwechsel anstehen. Also ich finde das eine super Maßnahme, um einen konkreten Baustein für den Fachkräftemangel auf den Weg zu bringen.
Jetzt sind wir da auch relativ schnell, wenn Sie sagen, Leistung muss auf jeden Fall belohnt werden, aber trotzdem bei einem großen Problem, was uns immer wieder umtreibt, und das ist die soziale Gerechtigkeit im Arbeitsmarkt, ist nach wie vor eigentlich nicht gegeben. Also als Beispiel wirklich, wenn man sich bewirbt mit einem ausländischen Namen, sind die Zahlen, glaube ich, dass man sich mindestens 3- oder 4-mal so viele Bewerbungen rausschicken muss als Beispiel. Was kann man hier tun? Wo setzt man hier am besten an? Weil es auch wieder ein holistisches Herangehen eigentlich erfordert. Ne?
Zunächst mal, ich kenne das. Also ich habe ja jetzt auch keinen Peter Müller-Namen, sondern meiner klingt auch irgendwie nach anderen Wurzeln. Ich kenne das von Bewerbungen, ich kenne das von der Wohnungssuche. Ich habe aber auch den Eindruck, dass sich da sehr viel verändert, weil immer mehr Unternehmen ja klar wird, wir brauchen händeringend Leute. Hat sich irgendwann umgekehrt. Wir haben nicht zu viel Arbeit, sondern eigentlich ist der Zugang anderer. Uns fehlen die Menschen, die all diesen Aufgaben begegnen, die es in unserer Gesellschaft gibt. Und deswegen geben sich ja Unternehmen auch händeringend Mühe, eben qualifizierte Bewerberinnen und Bewerber zu finden. Viele gehen ja auch dazu über, beispielsweise diese Bewerbungsprozesse, die Sie angesprochen haben, anonymisiert zu gestalten. Finde ich jetzt keinen schlechten Ansatz, aber da passiert ja seitens der Unternehmen ganz viel. Für mich von der politischen Seite geht es eher darum, den Rahmen so zu verbessern, damit überhaupt mehr Arbeits- und Fachkräfte für die Unternehmen zur Verfügung stehen. Und wenn Sie Menschen mit anderen Wurzeln ansprechen, müssen wir eigentlich auch über Fachkräftezuwanderung sprechen, wie groß auch die bürokratischen Hürden überhaupt sind, jemanden, der was machen will bei uns, auch nach Deutschland zu bekommen, alle erforderlichen Papiere zu bekommen, die Arbeitserlaubnis zu bekommen, damit die Leute loslegen können. Ich glaube, wir müssen da viel pragmatischer werden. Ich habe so ein Beispiel, das ist mir echt nachhaltig in Erinnerung geblieben. Ich war Anfang des Jahres im Rahmen einer Tour bei einem mittelständischen Autohaus in Fritzlar, typisches Familienunternehmen. Und der Chef berichtete mir total stolz von einem Mitarbeiter, der im Zuge der Fluchtbewegung 2015, 2016 aus Syrien nach Deutschland gekommen ist. 3 Wochen lang wusste die Familie überhaupt nicht, ob der Mann noch lebt. Der hat hier mittlerweile Wurzeln gefasst, ist aktiv im Sportverein, die Familie ist da, hat die Ausbildung nachgeholt, ist der Vorzeigemitarbeiter dieses Betriebs. Wirklich eine bewegende Geschichte über Integration im Job. Und dann stellt sich im Gespräch heraus, dass der in Syrien schon eine eigene Kfz-Werkstatt hatte. Der konnte das alles schon. Es ist ihm aber in der Anerkennung, also es ist ihm nichts anerkannt worden. Er musste den kompletten Abschluss in Deutschland nochmal nachholen. Und wenn wir über Fachkräftemangel reden, dann können wir sowas in Zukunft nicht mehr machen. Wir müssen da viel pragmatischer werden. Und alle Unternehmen sagen mir, ob jemand das kann, was er hier machen soll, sehe ich eigentlich, wenn die 2 oder 3 Wochen hier mitarbeiten. Da sind viele Unternehmen meines Erachtens weiter als die Politik. Und da müssen wir bei den Regeln, glaube ich, nachziehen, damit es besser wird.
Und da sind Sie aktuell dran. Gleichzeitig, glaube ich, müssen wir auch darüber sprechen, dass wir nach wie vor vielleicht so eine gewisse Diskrepanz erfahren, dass die Hochschulbildung, die ja hier in Deutschland auch stattfindet, vielleicht auch die Berufsausbildung und Weiterbildung ist ja auch ein Thema, was in Ihrem Haus liegt, noch ein bisschen besser auch eigentlich adaptiert und angepasst werden müsste auf die Bedürfnisse des Arbeitsmarktes, was eigentlich auch wieder ein anderes Haus ist, würde ich sagen. Oder vielleicht könnte man da schon vormachen, wenn wir jetzt über das Thema Arbeit sprechen, wie kann auch die Politik ihre eigenen Silos noch ein bisschen besser aufbrechen und ministeriumübergreifendere Initiativen, die Sie eben gesagt haben, mit dem Kultusministerium vielleicht schon stattfinden, aber ne, vielleicht kann man da auch noch mal ein bisschen anders, ein bisschen kreativer in den Arbeitsprozessen werden.
Das ist gut, dass Sie mir da so den Ball zuspielen, weil genau das machen wir an der Stelle. Also, dass das Innenministerium beteiligt, das Sozialministerium. Wir sind das, also dass die Fachkräftezuwanderung erleichtert funktioniert. Da müssen alle zusammenpacken. Und ich finde es auch wichtig, mal von diesem Silo-Denken wegzukommen, weil die meisten Leute, die haben ja ein konkretes Problem und die wollen nicht wissen, wer der Ansprechpartner ist, sondern wie das Problem gelöst wird. Und insofern packen wir da die Ressourcen zusammen. Ich glaube, wir müssen uns ein bisschen von Dingen verabschieden, die ich mal als sehr deutsch beschreiben würde. in ganz vielen Ländern dieser Welt wird geguckt, was die Leute tatsächlich können, was die für Fertigkeiten und für Kenntnisse haben. Bei uns wird gefragt, was ist der Abschluss? Da werden formelle Dokumente verglichen. Und das kann gar nicht gut funktionieren, weil es am Ende, wenn wir uns in der Welt umschauen, es gibt kein einziges Ausbildungs- und Schulsystem, das 1:1 so ist wie das deutsche. Das bedeutet, dass die Abschlüsse, die da gemacht werden, niemals 1:1 mit den deutschen vergleichbar sein werden. Aber die Frage ist doch, sind die schlechter als unsere? Das ist damit nicht notwendigerweise gesagt. Und das hinzukriegen, dass wir in diesen Anerkennungsthemen viel stärker die Kenntnisse der Leute abprüfen, das würde ich für einen Riesenschritt halten. Hessen hat vor kurzem eine Bundesratsinitiative gestartet für den Bereich Medizin, wo wir sagen, wir wollen viel stärker Kenntnisse der Menschen abprüfen und das dann in das Anerkennungsverfahren einspeisen. Ich könnte mir vorstellen, daran arbeiten wir auch, dass wir mit den Innungen und Kammern im Bereich der dualen Ausbildung das ähnlich machen und Teile anerkennen. Ich will gar nicht quasi den deutschen Abschluss in der Qualität unterwandern, aber ich glaube, wenn uns händeringend Leute fehlen, wenn sie teilweise Monate warten müssen, bis jemand kommt, um ihre Heizung zu reparieren, dann sollten wir doch was mit den Leuten machen, die das tatsächlich können und die schon in dieser Gesellschaft da sind.
Vielleicht ist das auch so ein Umdenken, was gerade in der Startup-Welt schon sehr schön vorgelebt wird, zumindest wie ich das empfinde. Gestern hatten wir eine Investorin auf der Bühne, die hat gesagt, sie macht, bevor sie investiert, mit den Startup-Gründern einen Persönlichkeitstest, was ich total spannend fand, weil erstmal denkst du ja, die Investoren, datengetrieben, ja, die gucken hauptsächlich auf ihre eigenen KPIs und sie sagte, nee, das gehört für mich auch zum wesentlichen Faktor vom späteren Erfolg dazu. Und wenn dann anfangen, die Unternehmen so zu denken und auch die Unis, wenn es zum Beispiel gerade darum geht, die Leute aufzunehmen, ne, und sie haben kein 1,0er Abi, werden aber hervorragende Mediziner wahrscheinlich, glaube ich, sind wir da an einer ganz, ganz guten und wichtigen Stelle.
Absolut. Am Ende zählt ja das Ergebnis und gerade wenn es darum geht, erfolgreiche Teams zu bauen, darf man, glaube ich, ich will sie gar nicht als Soft Skills bezeichnen, aber diese sozialen Kompetenzen, die Menschen mitbringen, darf man gar nicht unterschätzen. Die tragen alle mit zum Erfolg bei. Und ich komme ja nun als Jurist aus einem Bereich, der eigentlich komplett aus der anderen Richtung kommt und der sich jetzt immer mehr auch einem Wandel unterzieht. Also nur weil jemand 2 Prädikatsexamen gemacht hat, kann man die noch lange nicht auf Mandantinnen und Mandanten loslassen. Und das irgendwie auch in die Köpfe zu bekommen, ich glaube, da haben Sie recht, da sind viele Startups schon deutlich weiter.
Auch Stichwort Startups, was uns natürlich sehr umtreibt beim Thema Arbeit, ist das Thema Automatisierung und natürlich sehr viele KI-getriebene Innovationen, wo auch sehr viele Ängste, das kann man ja auch nicht leugnen, innerhalb der Bevölkerung geschürt werden, trifft es eben auch mich. Die Juristen haben vielleicht auch lange gedacht, dass es sie nicht treffen würde und jetzt gibt es entsprechende KI-Assistenten. Was ist da auch Ihre Mission, um vielleicht einerseits Ängste zu nehmen? Wie sehen Sie aber auch diesen Wandel? Wie ordnen Sie den ein?
Ich glaube, man kann vielen Menschen auch einfach Ängste nehmen, indem wir mal mit Fakten kommen. Jedes Jahr werden alleine dadurch, dass Menschen älter werden, in Zukunft knapp 500.000 Menschen den Arbeitsmarkt verlassen. Ich glaube, es gibt irgendein Problem in meinem Mikrofon. Okay, das lösen wir gleich. 500.000 Menschen gehen jedes Jahr aus dem Arbeitsmarkt raus, alleine weil unsere Gesellschaft älter wird. Uns wird die Arbeit nicht ausgehen. Im Gegenteil, uns fehlen die Leute. Und weil das so ist,
Dankeschön, Luzi.
danke. Und weil das
Müsste eigentlich alleine angehen.
Und weil das so ist, muss auch keiner Angst haben vor Digitalisierung und Automatisierung. Wenn ich in großen Industriebetrieben bin, sind es sogar häufig die Betriebsräte, die diese Themen vorantreiben, weil die nämlich alle verstanden haben, dass das Verschlafen von Digitalisierung und Automatisierung eher ein Wohlstandskiller ist. Und deswegen muss man, glaube ich, die Dinge einfach sortieren. Viele haben auch Angst, dass das Persönliche dadurch verloren geht. Also am Ende, ich habe ja das Pflegebeispiel gebracht, eine KI wird tendenziell nicht künftig im Pflegeheim vorlesen, aber vielleicht mal zu gucken, welche Prozesse man sinnvollerweise auch automatisieren kann, um dann die menschlichen Ressourcen, die wir haben, dafür einzusetzen, wo es den menschlichen Kontakt braucht, wo es vielleicht auch Leistungen braucht, die ein Algorithmus nicht bringen kann. Das würde uns meines Erachtens deutlich weiterbringen. Und deswegen ist so ein bisschen Aufgabe der Politik, einerseits, glaube ich, diesen Rahmen zu beschreiben und andererseits aber auch dabei zu unterstützen, dass diese Automatisierungsthemen, dass die Digitalisierungsthemen vorangetrieben werden. Das fängt an bei der entsprechenden Dateninfrastruktur, die wir brauchen, um künftig immer größer werdende Datenmengen miteinander auszutauschen. Und das endet bei Themen, die erstmal gar nichts mit Digitalisierung zu tun haben, aber die auch bei uns im Ministerium angesiedelt sind, nämlich, dass wir ausreichend Energie überhaupt zur Verfügung haben, um eben diese Rechenpower auch auf die Straße zu bringen. Sie sehen das am Beispiel Frankfurt ganz gut. Etwa die Hälfte des Strombedarfs, den wir haben, gehen ausschließlich in Rechenzentren und in den Frankfurter Flughafen. Und deswegen muss natürlich der Ausbau auch der Energienetze und der Energieerzeugung auch mit hohem Tempo vorangehen, damit es überhaupt die Möglichkeit gibt, in diesem Tempo weiter zu digitalisieren, weiter zu automatisieren. Ich glaube, da liegen Riesenchancen drin für den Wohlstand einerseits, aber auch für die Bewältigung des Fachkräftemangels der Unternehmen.
Wir haben nicht mehr so viel Zeit, deswegen vielleicht noch 2 Abschlussfragen. Wir haben im Zuge des gestrigen Tages sehr viel über das Thema Führung gesprochen und wie sich Führung auch wandelt. Sie mögen das Wort Transformation nicht so gerne. Wie wandelt sich die Führung? Wie kommen wir hin zu einer mehr nachhaltigen, vielleicht sogar regenerativen Führung? Als was für Führungspersönlichkeit würden Sie sich bezeichnen und wo geht für Sie die Reise hin? Wo können Sie da wichtige Impulse setzen, was Führung, was Leadership angeht?
Ich glaube, Teams sind dann erfolgreich, wenn man Menschen empowert, die in den Teams arbeiten, ihre Möglichkeiten zu nutzen, Vorschläge zu machen, Dinge umzusetzen. Wenn ich mal zu Herrn Krämer gucke, der gehört ja zu meinem Team im Wirtschaftsministerium. Herr Krämer, Sie erinnern sich, als ich mich vorgestellt habe, in den Abteilungen des Ministeriums. Ich habe vorher mich um das Thema Planungs- und Genehmigungsbeschleunigung als Abgeordneter in Berlin gekümmert. Da habe ich in jeder Abteilung gesagt, dass meine Überzeugung ist, wir haben dann das größte Potenzial entfaltet für eine schnellere Verwaltung, wenn die Leute in der Verwaltung sich trauen, dass die Entscheidungsspielräume, die da sind, tatsächlich auch genutzt werden und sich nicht immer gegenüber der nächsten Ebene absichern. Also Mut zur Entscheidung einerseits und Fehlerkultur auf der anderen Seite. Ich weiß nicht, ob das bei Ihnen auch so war, Herr Krämer, aber ich erinnere mich, dass in manchen Abteilungen sogar Applaus ausgebrochen ist, weil das ein Satz ist, den halt viele in der Verwaltung selten hören. Aber da können wir was wirklich von Startups und jungen Unternehmen lernen, weil es da ja auch um diese Kultur geht, Verantwortung zu übernehmen, auch sich Dinge zu trauen. Da geht manchmal auch was schief, aber wenn wir uns nicht trauen, dass mal was schief geht, dann geht halt auch nichts vorwärts.
Sehr gut. Und dann in dem Zuge die großen Würfe, die großen Visionen. Ich hatte ja mit Michelle Obama angefangen. Manchmal hat man das Gefühl, dass gerade in der deutschen Politik wirklich auch wieder dieser Mut vielleicht zu den großen Visionen irgendwie fehlt. Und genau das brauchen wir, glaube ich, an vielen Stellen, um wiederum dieses Vertrauen auch zu haben, dass dieser Wandel schon gut werden wird. Wie kriegen wir jetzt diese Vision noch ein bisschen mehr zum Fliegen, überhaupt mehr Vision in die deutsche Politik und damit auch in die deutsche Gesellschaft?
Ich glaube, wir müssen uns trauen, einfach ein bisschen größer zu denken und aus diesem täglichen Klein-Klein ein Stück weit rauszukommen. Ich habe ja vorhin angefangen mit den Sorgen, die die Menschen haben. Ich glaube zum Beispiel, es gibt keine Idee, die verrückt genug wäre, dass wir ihr nicht nachgehen sollten. Da erlebe ich ständig auch bei meinen Unternehmensbesuchen große Inspiration. Es gibt zum Beispiel ein Unternehmen, wenn deren Geschäft fliegt, dann können wir Batterien in Deutschland herstellen, die günstiger sind als die chinesischen. Wie machen die das? Deren Idee ist, die wollen quasi im Wege der tiefen Geothermie 2 Produkte nach oben fördern, nämlich einerseits Wärme und andererseits Lithium, was sie daraus gewinnen. Tolle Idee, dass das funktionieren kann. Ich habe ein anderes Unternehmen getroffen, die im Bereich der Laserkernfusion unterwegs sind. Wenn die erfolgreich sind, dann könnten wir ziemlich große Mengen stabiler, sauberer Energie erzeugen. Also ich bin totaler Technologiefan und Zukunftsoptimist. Und wenn wir uns diese Dinge wirklich mal anschauen, wir haben so viel Potenzial in dieser Gesellschaft tatsächlich einzulösen, dass wir den menschengemachten Klimawandel aufhalten, dass wir den nächsten Generationen eine intakte Umwelt überlassen, dass wir in 100 Jahren vielleicht diese Form von Armut auch nicht mehr in unserer Gesellschaft haben. Und viele unserer Unternehmen arbeiten daran, dieses Versprechen auch einzulösen, indem sie eben Strategien und realistische Szenarien dorthin bauen. Und deswegen wünsche ich mir einfach, dass viel mehr Menschen sich mit dem auseinandersetzen, was an Potenzial in dieser Gesellschaft ist, welche großen Schritte wir auch unternehmen. Und ich glaube, uns würde allen so eine Mentalität gut tun, dass das Glas eher halb voll als halb leer ist.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Kaweh Mansoori, meine Damen und Herren. Das Glas ist, glaube ich, bei uns sehr voll. Das hat Spaß gemacht. Dankeschön. Wir machen hier direkt weiter und ich glaube auch für unseren nächsten Sprecher ist das Glas mehr voll als leer. Wir machen aber eine ziemlich, sagen wir mal, eine 180-Grad-Wendung und gehen in die Elektronik. Elektrik, die begeistert, hat mir der nächste Gast einmal gesagt, weil sie sich selber in Frage stellt. Er beschäftigt sich mit Elektronik, seit er 14 Jahre alt ist und hat seine Leidenschaft dann in einen Meister umgesetzt und hat sich mit der nachhaltigen Elektronik beschäftigt und hat mir selber gesagt, ich weiß ganz genau, dass es ein ziemlich hoher Berg ist, den ich damit beschreiten muss. Denn mir werden sehr, sehr viele Hürden in den Weg gelegt. Und trotzdem lässt er sich nicht entmutigen und hat eine ganz, ganz tolle Geschichte uns hier mitgebracht. Daher freue ich mich wahnsinnig, dass er da ist. Bitte grüßt mit mir den Geschäftsführer von Meyerhofer Elektronik, Merlin Reingruber. Danke, dass du da bist.
Ja, herzlich willkommen. Vielen Dank an die Veranstalter, dass ich heute hier vor so vielen lieben Menschen sprechen darf. Der Veranstalter hat mich gebeten, ich soll was über das Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz sagen. Das ist jetzt das erste Mal, dass ich das Wort ausspreche. Ich werde es nicht wieder tun, weil das ist ein echter Zungenbrecher. Natürlich geht es hier um Transformation eines kleinen, mittleren Unternehmens. Und natürlich ist es wichtig, dass wir sorgfältig mit unserer Lieferkette umgehen. Und das haben wir schon gemacht, weit vor diesem Gesetz und werden das auch weit nach dem Gesetz tun. Mein Name ist Merlin Reingruber, ich bin 45, Frau, muss überlegen, Hund, Kind in der Reihenfolge und bin mittlerweile auch Geschäftsführer eines weiteren Elektronikunternehmens. Wir haben einen M&A-Deal abgeschlossen vor 2 Wochen und habe jetzt in Summe 2 Unternehmen, die ich führe und ungefähr 60 Mitarbeitende, alles aus dem Elektroniksegment und wir sind mit beiden Unternehmen klassisches KMU, also ein kleines, mittleres Unternehmen. Und das in der Welt der Elektronik, sich da zu behaupten in schwierigen Zeiten, wirtschaftlich, die wir wahrscheinlich alle sehenden Auges erleben, das ist nicht so einfach. Und ja, ich freue mich, dass jetzt doch noch ein paar da geblieben sind. Einige sind abgehauen, aber auch weniger ist mehr. Das Glas muss ja immer halb voll sein, haben wir gerade gehört. Und da stehe ich dazu. Also diese Geschichte, die ich heute erzähle, ist natürlich verbunden mit meiner Person und verbunden mit den Unternehmen, die ich leiten darf. Ich habe auch noch ein anderes Unternehmen, ein Startup, mit dem wir hier aufstellen, Sym, das eine symbiotische Verknüpfung von kleinen, mittleren Unternehmen darstellt auf einer Plattform, dass man gemeinsam eben stärker ist als alleine. Da gehe ich noch drauf ein. Kleiner Werbeblock jetzt gleich, Stand S13. Wenn ihr mal vorbeikommen mögt, findet ihr mir auch noch, können wir noch ein bisschen quatschen im Nachgang. Ja, die Geschichte hat 2016 begonnen, da bin ich über ein Management-Buyout zu der Ehre gekommen, die Meyerhofer Elektronik zu übernehmen. Das Unternehmen war in einer schwierigen Lage und ich war damals Betriebsleiter und habe dieses Unternehmen dann fortgeführt, bin dann Geschäftsführer Gesellschafter geworden 2016 und habe ganz schnell gelernt müssen, was das bedeutet. Davor war ich klassisch Angestellter. Das war ein Sprung ins sehr kalte Wasser und so bin ich dann Unternehmer geworden und habe dann sehr viel Troubleshooting betrieben und habe unter anderem versucht, die Supply Chain, also die Lieferkette in der Elektronik, die Distribution rauszunehmen. Also klassischerweise kauft ein Elektronikhersteller seinen Halbleiter bei großen Distributionsunternehmen, Fnet, Arrow sind da so Namen, die man vielleicht kennt. Vielleicht, sage ich immer, die meisten kennen sie nicht, sind Milliardenunternehmen. Und die kaufen dann, also die haben dann die Chips von den Herstellern, von Infineon kennt man, Analog Device, Texas Instrument und. Und ich habe gesagt, na, die Lieferkette, das brauche ich nicht, die Distribution kann ich selber. Und war dann in China, habe mir einen Senior geholt an meine Seite, der mich nach Shenzhen gebracht hat, mich da eingeführt hat in diese Welt der Elektronik, raus aus meiner kleinen bayerischen Elektronikbubble rein in die große Elektronikwelt nach Shenzhen. Und da habe ich dann die Supply Chain aufgebaut, war auch sehr erfolgreich, hat uns auch gut durch die Halbleiterallokation gebracht, weil man dann wusste, wo man die Halbleiter herkriegt, wenn sie kein anderer mehr herkriegt. Habe dann für einen Geschäftspartner ein Projekt abnehmen dürfen, technisch, und zwar habe ich eine Fernbedienung abgenommen. Da wurde ich dann mit einem Fahrer und einer Entourage von Shenzhen rausgefahren nach Braun, glaube ich, war das, oder Guangdong, oder ich weiß es gar nicht mehr genau, in irgendeine riesige Fertigung, wo nur Fernbedienungen gemacht wurden. Für namhafte TV-Hersteller, Samsung und so weiter und so fort. Die ganze Elektronik wurde da hergestellt, das ganze Gehäuse. Und da bin ich reingegangen, hatte vorher sowas noch nie gesehen. Und dann habe ich Sachen gesehen, wo wir jetzt wieder bei der Lieferkette sind. Also da saßen sehr, sehr junge Menschen an den Fließbändern. Das war das Erste, was ich gesehen habe. Ich kann das Alter nicht genau bestimmen. Die haben dann diese Elektronik gebaut, ja, von wegen Automatisierung. Das war 2019, da war noch nicht so viel. Ja. Sind die Menschen immer noch günstiger. Dann bin ich in die Spritzgießerei geführt worden. Riesige Halle, x Spritzgussmaschinen. Diese Knöpfe müssen lackiert werden. Da habe ich dann 2 Riesenlüfter gesehen. Die waren sternvoll Dreck. Man hat erkannt, dass die noch nie gelaufen sind. Und ich musste nach 5 Minuten raus, weil ich hatte in meinem Leben noch nie so Kopfweh. Kann man sich vorstellen, da sind Dämpfe, wenn man Plastik spritzt und lackiert. Bin dann begleitet worden nach draußen, bin dann so ein bisschen hinter die Fertigungshallen gegangen, ein bisschen spazieren, und dann habe ich gesehen, wie die Mitarbeitenden einkaserniert sind. Dann bin ich nach Hause zurückgekommen und habe gesagt, die Revolution der Elektronik wird geprägt durch das Etablieren von Kreislaufwirtschaft. Ja, jetzt habe ich ein bisschen was über Elektronik erzählt, aber warum ist denn das eine Revolution? 2019, was macht man, wenn man da so auf eine Idee kommt, Kreislaufwirtschaft, Elektronik, das könnte nachhaltig sein, ja, also googelt man, wenn man 0 Treffer bei Google hat, 2019 freut man sich, sichert man sich Domains, habe ich dann auch getan, und seitdem treibe ich dieses Thema voran mit allem, was ich habe, weil ich am Ende des Tages, wenn mich mein Sohn irgendwann mal fragt, Papa, was hast denn du so dein ganzes Leben lang gemacht, dann möchte ich ihm sagen, ich habe Elektronik nachhaltig gemacht. Ja? Und nicht, dass ich in dem Game mitgespielt habe und die nächste günstige, billige Elektronik auf den Markt geworfen habe. Genau, ja. Marketing sagt, ich soll mich als Experten bezeichnen. Ja, ich mache das mein ganzes Leben lang. Ich bin bei meinem Opa auf dem Schoß gesessen, bei der Firma von meinem Onkel, ein ganz kleines Unternehmen, auch aus der Elektronik. 10 Mann damals, und habe schon Kondensatoren zugeschnitten und mich gefreut, wenn da so ein Funke überschlägt. Ja. Und das liegt mir im Blut, deswegen kann man mich vielleicht als Experten bezeichnen. Habe schon ziemlich viel in dem Bereich gesehen. Aber was ich in Shenzhen gesehen hatte, hatte ich bis dahin noch nicht gesehen, weil man ist ja immer so in seiner kleinen Bubble. Ja, das ist schön. Halle S13, nächster Werbeblock, mache das noch ein paar Mal, auch wenn es langweilt, aber verzeiht mir das. Werbung gehört dazu. Und ja, habe dieses Startup SYM auch mitgegründet, ganz früh, weil ich gesagt habe, okay, wenn wir uns als kleine Unternehmen in diesem Markt der Elektronik, der riesig ist und der wirklich sehr von Konkurrenzgedanken geprägt ist, so wie ich es empfunden habe, wenn wir uns da nicht zusammenschließen als kleine Unternehmen, dann werden wir das nicht schaffen. Und deswegen habe ich diese Symbiose vorangetrieben und habe gesagt, diese Kreislaufwirtschaft und diese Elektronik, das heißt jetzt Symtronics, ist abgeleitet von Symbiose und Elektronik. Ja. Fand ich ganz witzig und finde ich bis heute noch ganz gut. Und dann hatte ich natürlich gegoogelt und habe ich mir gedacht, naja, aber es gibt doch bestimmt schon ein Institut für nachhaltige Elektronik. weil es gibt ja auch ein Institut für nachhaltige Textilien und für nachhaltig hier und für nachhaltig da, gab es alles, aber für nachhaltige Elektronik, Google, 0 Treffer. Also Domain gesichert und nebenbei mal ein Institut gegründet. Genau, ich bin ein bisschen erkältet, bitte um Entschuldigung, wenn ich da ab und zu schniefe. Genau, das habe ich jetzt habe ich der Folie wieder vorgegriffen. Das ist ganz viel Text, aber ihr könnt mir auch gerne zuhören. Ist wahrscheinlich eh besser. Genau, und wir müssen uns, glaube ich, wirklich zusammenschließen, um dann eben auch große Innovationen zu schaffen als viele kleine Unternehmen und dem Großen auch mal zeigen, dass wir in der Gemeinschaft als KMUs auch stark sein können. So, kurz zu summen, was machen wir? People, Planet, Profit. Profit sollte ganz oben stehen. Warum? Weil ein Unternehmen hat eine ganz klare Absicht, Gewinn zu erzielen. Das ist auch gut so, das ist auch richtig so, das muss auch zuvorderst stehen, weil erst wenn wir Gewinne erzielen, können wir uns mit der Nachhaltigkeit beschäftigen. Vom Mindset her können wir das auch früher machen, da bin ich voll dabei. Ja. Aber am Ende, wenn wir neue Sachen im Sinne der Kreislaufwirtschaft erfinden wollen, brauchen wir das Geld. Und wenn wir es über Fördermittel nicht kriegen, dann müssen wir es aus den Gewinnen investieren und eben dadurch die Themen treiben, die dann auf People und Planet einzahlen. Deswegen mein Thema heute, Kreislaufwirtschaft. Ganz simpel, aber so simpel ist es dann in der Elektronik doch nicht. Warum ist Elektronik und Kreislaufwirtschaft ganz schwierig? In Fachkreisen spricht man immer davor, Electronic is a nightmare in terms of recycling. Wenn man sich Elektronik vorstellt, so das Innenleben vom Computer, das ist so divers, da sind sämtliche Metalle des Periodensystems enthalten, diese wieder ins Recycling zu geben, da wieder jeden Sekundärrohstoff in diesen kleinsten Mengen herauszuholen, ist eine echte Herausforderung. Ja? Und nur weil es eine Herausforderung ist, heißt es ja noch lange nicht, dass wir es nicht machen sollten. Und es tut sich ganz viel und seit 2 Jahren merke ich dann richtigen Schwung. Es geht ganz viel in die richtige Richtung und das motiviert mich einfach weiterzumachen. Und diese Kreislaufwirtschaft weiter in Gang zu bringen. So, ich habe diesen Vortrag der ist jetzt nicht angepasst für das Publikum hier. Ich habe den Vortrag vor hunderten Marktbegleitern gehalten, vor einem Monat circa, auf dem Würzburger EMS-Tag. Das ist so unser Branchentreffen der Elektronikhersteller in Deutschland. Und die wissen es alle, was ist der Hauptbestandteil in einer Elektronik? Also wenn du eine Elektronik hast, jeder Halbleiter wird mit der Leiterplatte verlötet. Und das wird mit Lötzinn gemacht. Da könnte ich jetzt Abhandlungen drüber halten, über dieses Lötzinn, welche Legierung und was und hier. Ein hochtechnisches Thema, spare ich euch an der Stelle, aber Fakt ist, wir werden jede Elektronik, um elektronisch leitfähig zu verbinden, brauchen wir immer Lötzinn. Wenn uns ein Halbleiter fehlt, haben wir gemerkt, in der Halbleiterallokation haben wir ein Problem. Dann haben wir den Halbleiter nicht. Wenn wir keinen Zinn mehr haben, dann können wir den Halbleiter haben und sämtliche anderen Komponenten, aber wir können es nicht mehr verlöten und die Funktion ist nicht gegeben. Also an so einem kleinen Metall, das in geringsten Mengen vorhanden ist, haben wir eine hohe Abhängigkeit in der Supply Chain. Und wenn wir mal anschauen, wo kommt das Zinn her? 360.000 Tonnen Zinn werden jährlich abgebaut. Und 50% gehen in Elektronik, in unsere Handys, Tablets, Ampelsteuerungen, Autosteuerungen, was immer man sich vorstellen kann. So, das ist so ein Bild von der Elektronik, unscharf, dass man nicht sieht, was für eine Elektronik sind, weil manchmal ist es sehr sensibel. Hier ein bisschen schärfer, da sieht man einen Röhrenlot und so einen Lötkolben. Der ein oder andere kennt das vielleicht. Ja? Wird heute noch alles so gemacht, ist State of the Art. Und um dieses Zinn geht es jetzt im Wesentlichen. Die Hauptproduzenten, oder Produzenten trifft es vielleicht nicht richtig, sondern die Unternehmen, die dieses Zinn aus der Erde holen, schürfen das aus China, aus Indonesien, Myanmar, ein bisschen Peru und da kommt dieses Primärzinn her. Da kann man nachlesen, gibt es viele Artikel, Süddeutsche Zeit, was das für ein Thema ist. Gehe nachher noch darauf ein. Und da kommen 80% unseres Zins her. Also da haben wir auch eine starke Abhängigkeit in der Supply Chain. Und wenn wir uns jetzt mal vorstellen, die liefern uns keinen Zinn mehr morgen, dann können wir noch so viele Halbleiter haben, dann können wir noch so viele Leiterplatten haben, Kondensatoren, Widerstände. Unsere Elektronik wird nicht funktionieren. Und natürlich ist der Elektronikmarkt ein stetig wachsender, der wächst immer schön und das ist toll, weil neues fancy Device braucht jeder. Ja, und deswegen ist auch der Abbau des Zins mit einem guten Wachstum versehen. So wird Zinn abgebaut. Das ist ein Bild aus Indonesien, glaube ich. Da holt man halt das Zinn so aus der Erde. Im Großen schaut es dann so irgendwie aus. Und in Indonesien ist es mittlerweile so schlimm, dass der Raubbau in der Natur durch den Abbau des Primärzins, also das Land an sich gibt keinen Zinn mehr her. Jetzt haben die ganzen Zinnabbauer sich schwimmende Inseln gebaut, die sieht man hier, und fahren in die Küstennähe und saugen den zinnhaltigen Meeressand ab und zerstören damit die letzte Lebensgrundlage der Fischer in Indonesien. Das ist Zinnabbau, Primärzinn. Und das ist, glaube ich, ein Problem. Das ist nicht nur eine Herausforderung, ich glaube, das ist ein Problem. Und dieses Zinn landet ja hauptsächlich in unseren Elektroniken. Muss man bewusst machen. Zinnrecycling schaut dann so aus. Laut Statista ist die Recyclingquote 2021 in Deutschland bei 40%, europaweit bei 30% für Elektronik. Der Rest, so sagt man oder so kann man es in den Medien sehen, geht nach Afrika, auch Indien. Da wird dann die Elektronik schön auf den Haufen geschmissen, machen wir ein kleines Feuerchen und dann holen wir das Kupfer raus. Und der Rest dieser ganzen Metalle ist schwarze Masse und versinkt im Boden. Eine Riesensauerei, kann man mal einfach so attestieren. So schaut das Ganze da aus. Die Bilder kennt ihr und ist nicht schön. Ich bin kein so ein großer Fan von CO2-Zertifikatehandel und dem ganzen Hype, der darum gemacht wird. Alles wichtig, alles richtig, ich glaube. Aber wenn wir ursächlich auch den Klimawandel in den Griff kriegen wollen, dann müssen wir uns abkehren von der linearen Wirtschaft, von dem Take-Make-Waste-Prinzip, das wir haben. Holen den Rohstoff, ja, bauen irgendwas draus und dann schmeißen wir es weg. Kreislaufwirtschaft. Und die Rohstoffnutzung, wie wir mit den Rohstoffen umgehen, ist die Hauptursache für Biodiversitätsverlust und viele, viele andere Themen. Ich bin ganz sicher und ganz fest davon überzeugt, dass das die Ursache unserer Probleme ist. Und die CO2-Bilanzierung, so ist alles wichtig, alles richtig. Ich glaube, da doktern wir aber ein bisschen zu sehr an den Symptomen rum. Und wenn wir ursächlich daran gehen, können wir unsere Herausforderungen schneller lösen. Und der Ressourcenrat der Vereinten Nationen schätzt, das ist ein Auszug aus der Novellierung des Kreislaufwirtschaftsgesetzes, auch so ein schwieriges Wort, mit Corporate Social Responsibility Directive und so fange ich erst gar nicht an, den Zungenbrechern, dass durch die Gewinnung und die Weiterverarbeitung von Rohstoffen mehr als 55% der Treibgasemissionen entstehen. Also ist eine Nummer. Und die rund 40% zur Luftverschmutzung teilnehmen und zu 90% für den Biodiversitätsverlust zuständig sind. Und deswegen können wir dieser dreifachen Umweltkrise durch zirkuläre Wirtschaft, Kreislaufwirtschaft, Circular Economy, you name it, am Ende alles das Gleiche, Rohstoffe im Kreislauf halten. Das müssen wir angehen, das müssen wir umsetzen, ansonsten werden die Probleme noch größer. Ach, da habe ich es ja, NKWS, Kreislaufwirtschaftsgesetz. Und da steht drin, wir können das Ganze, den Klimaschutz schneller, sicherer und kostengünstiger erreichen, Wir verankern daher Kreislaufwirtschaft als zentrale Säule des Klimaschutzes. So, Ursachenbekämpfung finde ich grandios. Bin ein absoluter Fan von diesem Gesetz und halte das als sehr, sehr sinnvoll. Ja, systematische Integration von Kreislaufwirtschaft. Ich glaube, wo wir anfangen müssen, das heißt, ich glaube es, nee, ich bin der festen Überzeugung, wo wir anfangen müssen, ist hier in unseren Köpfen. Wir müssen unsere fossilen Denkweisen, und ich glaube, hier spreche ich jetzt vielen aus der Seele, über Bord werfen. Die fossilen, linearen Denkweisen dürfen gerne in die Geschichtsbücher geschrieben werden, aber die Zukunft dürfen sie nicht gestalten. Und deswegen nochmal, ich wiederhole es, Kreislaufwirtschaft ist recht simpel, aber ursächlich für so viele Sachen gut. Und jetzt kann man natürlich sagen, naja, das ist ja ein Risiko, wenn man sowas umstellt und so die Elektronik, wenn die dann ausfällt und die Qualität von so einem recycelten Zinn, oh, alles ganz schlimm. Und da habe ich schon wirklich viele Sachen von meinen Marktbegleitern und von meinen Branchenkollegen gehört. Komme ich gleich noch drauf. Ist ganz witzig. Ich finde, Kreislaufwirtschaft ist eine Riesenchance. Wenn wir es in Deutschland schaffen, Kreislaufwirtschaftstechnologien, sei es Recyclingtechnologien, sei es alles, was sich mit der Kreislaufwirtschaft beschäftigt, das zu unserem neuen Exportschlager zu machen, dann haben wir eine echte Chance. Und dafür brenne ich und dafür stehe ich und das werde ich mit allen vorantreiben. Vielleicht kurzer Exkurs, ich muss ein bisschen auf die Zeit schauen. Eigentlich ist die Präsentation für 45 Minuten ausgelegt. Ich versuche es schneller zu machen. Wir haben ein ZIM-gefördertes Projekt gewonnen und da versuchen wir zu erforschen mit der Uni Stuttgart zusammen, wie wir diese Elektronik mittels Schalleintrag, also die Leiterplatte von den Bauteilen lösen, sodass wir keine Energie mehr einbringen müssen durch Hitze und Entlöten. Tolles Projekt, ist gefördert. Habe ich letzte Woche den Zuwendungsbescheid bekommen, freue ich mich sehr. An dieser Stelle, wer interessiert ist an sowas und vielleicht einen Elektronikbezug hat. Man findet uns an der Halle 0 S13. Genau. Es wiederholt sich jetzt, glaube ich, ein bisschen. Deswegen überspringe ich das. Nein, halt, ich bin ja falsch. Jawohl. So, das habe ich schon gesagt. 30-35% wird recycelt. Ich habe 2019, wie ich mir da so auf meine Überlegungen kam, Kreislaufwirtschaft, Elektronik, habe ich mal zu ein paar Marktbegleitern, die ich schon seit vielen, vielen Jahrzehnten kannte, habe ich mal gesagt, hey, passt mal auf, ich habe da so eine Idee, sollen wir Kreislaufwirtschaft, Elektronik machen? Und dann hieß es, boah, du bist aber ein Utopist, wie soll denn das funktionieren? Ja? Geht auch gar nicht, weil erstens wissen wir gar nicht, Langzeiterfahrung, die Elektronik könnte im Feld ausfallen. Stell dir mal vor, so eine Ampelsteuerung fällt wegen so einem Zinn aus und dann gibt es Unfälle und Tote. Okay, Argument. Nächstes Argument, ja, das ist qualitativ bestimmt ganz schlecht. Ja, ganz schlecht. Kann ja nicht besser sein, ist von der Reinheit und so. Und dann noch das Argument und Killerargument, das ist bestimmt viel zu teuer. Viel teurer als ein Primärzinn. Okay, dann habe ich gewusst, ich habe Hausaufgaben und ich habe 5 Jahre gebraucht, um zu beweisen, dass es nicht so ist. Heute, 5 Jahre später, kann ich beweisen, es ist qualitativ sogar ein Tick besser, weil es auf den metallurgischen Verarbeitungsprozess ankommt und gar nicht, ob das ein Sekundär- oder ein Primärzinn ist. Es gibt keine Langzeitausfälle, weil ich es seit 5 Jahren schon bei mir in der Fertigung habe. Und es ist auch gar nicht teurer. Es liegt in der mittleren Price Range. Ich habe die Preise vergleichen lassen. Da sieht man so ein Röntgenbild von so einer Elektronik-Lötstelle. Ja. Wie Sie sehen, sehen Sie keinen Unterschied. Also der Fachmann, wenn man da jetzt näher reinzoomen würde, dann würde man Lunker sehen und bei dem einen sind sogar ein bisschen weniger als bei dem anderen. Wir machen auch noch Schliffbilder und mikroskopische Aufnahmen, also wirklich mit viel Geld verbunden, was wir da gemacht haben. Und dann habe ich da vor hunderten Branchenexperten, meinen Marktbegleitern, diese Frage gestellt. Also wirklich gestandene Elektronikunternehmen, von groß bis klein, vom größten Zollner-Elektronik, Milliardenunternehmen, bis zu vielen kleinen, wie Mayerhofer die Größe. Ich habe gefragt, wer setzt heute bereits einen Sekundärzinn ein? Ratet mal, wie viele Hände hochgegangen sind. Meine. Fand ich schon krass. Also ich habe die Frage bewusst gestellt, mir war es klar, dass keiner tut. Aber man muss die Leute auch mal ein bisschen aufrütteln. So, und dann habe ich gefragt, und wir sind hier auf dem Impact Festival und ich finde Impact sehr, sehr spannend, welchen Impact hätte es, wenn wir sämtliche Elektronik nur noch mit Sekundärzinn löten würden? Die Bilder, die ich vorher gezeigt habe, das ist der Impact. Daraufhin hat mir ein geschätzter Kollege gesagt, naja, Herr Reingruber, wissen Sie, aber dann haben ja diese Zinnabbauer und so in den Ländern auch keine Arbeit mehr. Sage ich, naja, bevor wir Fahrradwege in Peru finanzieren über Entwicklungshilfe, wenn wir umgestellt haben auf Sekundärzinn, dann können wir Entwicklungshilfe sinnvoll einsetzen, dass wir das Land renaturieren und regenerieren, dass die Leute wieder mit ihrem Land Geld verdienen können durch Anbau von, was weiß ich, was man in Indonesien alles so anbauen kann oder für andere Sachen machen kann, die nachhaltig sind. Jetzt kommt's. Apple, einer der größten Elektronikhersteller, also die stellen ja gar nicht selber her, die stellen bei Foxconn her. Der eine oder andere kennt den, da sind vor ein paar Jahrzehnten mal Mitarbeiter vom Dach gesprungen wegen den Arbeitsbedingungen, so viel zur Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflicht. Die Arbeitsbedingungen sind heute nicht so viel besser. Apple proklamiert die Nutzung von Sekundärzinn und zwar zu 100% in seinen Geräten. Proklamiert. Und auf der Homepage steht, Kreislaufwirtschaft. Unser Ziel ist es, Produkte herzustellen, die ausschließlich aus recycelten oder erneuerbaren Materialien bestehen. Kreislaufwirtschaft. Und jetzt, wir bei der Mayerhofer Elektronik, also Apple proklamiert, wir machen es bereits. Ja? Finde ich schon recht spannend, bin sehr dankbar und sehr stolz, dass wir das machen, zusammen mit der Feinhütte Halsbrücke, die dieses Lot entwickelt hat. 2019 waren wir das erste Unternehmen weltweit, das dieses Zinn in seine Fertigung unternimmt. Wir sind 22 Leute in Sauerlach. Ja? Im Vergleich zu Apple, da geht ein bisschen Innovation. Ich nenne es dann Symbiose, das habe ich nicht alleine geschafft, deswegen Werbeblock S13. Genau, angefangen, ich habe es vorher schon ein bisschen angedeutet, dieser Nachhaltigkeits-Mindset-Change beginnt im Kopf und ich habe mich dann gefragt, wie kriege ich meine Mitarbeitenden mal dazu, dass sich die auch Gedanken drüber machen, was nachhaltig ist. Dann habe ich angefangen, auf mein Firmengelände Schafe reinzupacken, Herbie, Pepper und Plums. Und dann hat man so diesen Mindset-Transfer ein bisschen besser geschafft. Ja? Wolle in die Hochbeete, Schafscheren, Wolle in die Hochbeete als Dünger, Kreislaufwirtschaft. So hat es angefangen, habe ich natürlich auch selber den Stall ausgemistet. Und das ist die Feinhütte Halsbrücke, der ich unendlich dankbar bin und die uns unendlich dankbar sind, dass wir tatsächlich der erste Elektronikunternehmen war, das dieses Zinn eingesetzt hat. Und das war 2019 und die Feinhütte Halsbrücke ist ein Traditionsunternehmen, ein deutsches, über 420 Jahre Unternehmensgeschichte in der x-ten Generation, einer der größten Arbeitgeber in Sachsen, glaube ich. Und dieses Zinn 100% sekundär aus recycelten Rohstoffen, 100% made in Germany und eine technische Reinheit von 99,99%. Ich muss immer 99% sagen, weil einmal habe ich 99,9% gesagt und dann kamen die ganzen Ingenieure und haben gesagt, ha, jetzt haben wir ihn, die Reinheit reicht nicht. So, alles klar, 99,99%. Und dann habe ich meine Kollegen aufgefordert, dass die das alle auch können. Jeder kann dieses Zinn einsetzen. Und das habe ich schon gesagt. Und da ich jetzt am Ende bin, überspringe ich diese Folien. Leider hat sich noch keiner meiner Marktbegleiter bei mir gemeldet. Vielleicht kennt ja der ein oder einen anderen und kann von der Seite mal nochmal anpieksen. Und das geht jetzt dann ein bisschen um bleihaltiges Lot. Früher haben wir immer Blei in den Loten gehabt. Das haben wir auch geschafft zu eliminieren. Und wenn wir das schaffen, dann können wir auch Primärrohstoffe eliminieren und Sekundärrohstoffe ersetzen. Das sind die Glaubenssätze, die da so rumschwurbeln. Das habe ich widerlegt. Und das war so ein Satz, der mir erst kürzlich von einem Kollegen entgegengebracht wurde. Das ist ein bisschen Blödsinn, das bringt doch alles nichts. Genau, und dann haben wir diese Analysen gemacht, keinerlei Feldausfälle seit 5 Jahren. Wir reduzieren die Abhängigkeit von Zinn, made in Germany, 80% aus Indonesien, Myanmar, China, wenn die mal nicht liefern. Ja, dann können wir noch so viel Sorgfalt in unsere Supply Chain legen, dann ist es einfach vorbei. Dann fertigen wir hier keine Elektronik mehr. Und es ist nicht teurer, und wenn wir im Verbund einkaufen, viele kleine, dann wird es sogar noch günstiger. Das versteht dann auch der letzte Kaufmann, dieses Argument. Und jetzt kriege ich schon hier die Blicke von der Moderation. Und das können wir einsparen, das können wir alles verändern. Und es ist eine low-hanging fruit. Und ich bin sogar bereit, mein Wissen der Implementierung, der Validierung und Qualifizierung mit meinen Marktbegleitern zu teilen. Und sie sparen sich dadurch nochmal Kosten, weil sie müssten es nicht selber machen. Sie müssten nur wollen. Sie müssten wollen. So, jetzt geht es dann ein bisschen technisch. ROHS war so eine Richtlinie und dann habe ich was gefordert. Ich habe eine neue Richtlinie gefordert. Und diese neue Richtlinie, und ich habe es dann auch gleich, die ROPM ist eine Restriction of Primary Metals. Keine Primärmetalle mehr in unseren Elektroniken. Und es funktioniert. Und jetzt kann ich ein bisschen überziehen? 2 Minuten, okay, mache ich das. Jetzt kommen auch nur noch Werbeblocks, also es geht jetzt auch ganz schnell. Regenerative Wirtschaft, vernetzen gerne, Handys zücken, LinkedIn, ich schreibe da auch auf LinkedIn viel drüber. Ich habe letztens einen viralen Hit gelandet mit einer Treppe, war nicht so beabsichtigt, wäre mir viel lieber, wenn die Sachen, die ich über Zinn und Nachhaltigkeit und Kreislaufwirtschaft schreibe, viral gehen würde. Vielleicht hilft mir der ein oder andere dabei in Zukunft. Und wer nicht abgescannt hat, ihr findet mich S13. Zum Working Ecosystem, es ist eine Verbundgeschichte, dazu erzähle ich dann mehr. Beyond Economy, da wird es dann auch mehr. Und jetzt klicke ich da einfach mal durch. Das ist das, was wir dann euch am Stand erzählen werden. Profitiert vom Wissenaustausch, gemeinschaftlich die Wirtschaft der Zukunft gestalten. Das ist unser Motto bei SIM. Es geht nur gemeinsam, alles andere ist, glaube ich, nicht zielführend. Und deswegen haben wir da ganz viele Benefits. Marketing hat gesagt, ich soll das alles reinpacken. Zack, und nochmal Call to Action und noch einer und noch einer und noch einer. Danke für eure Aufmerksamkeit, das war's. Dankeschön.
Herzlichen Dank, Merlin Reingruber. Du bist ja noch den ganzen Tag da, insofern denke ich mal, dass sich hier einige im Raum noch dich abgreifen werden für bilaterale Gespräche. Vielen herzlichen Dank, finde ich ein ganz, ganz tolles Beispiel für global denken, lokal handeln und dann wieder das in die Globalität übertragen. Wir haben uns in Absprache mit unserem nächsten Panel-Host gedacht, dass wir gerne mal ganz kurz einen Überblick bekommen möchten vor unserem nächsten Thema. Es wird nämlich um das Thema Sustainability Data gehen. Wer hier eigentlich so im Raum sitzt für dieses Thema. Ich würde mich wahnsinnig freuen, wenn ihr Start-up seid, dass ihr einmal ganz kurz die Hand hebt, um einmal so einen Überblick zu bekommen, wie viele Startups haben wir hier gerade aktuell im Raum? Niemand, ne? 2, 3, 4 Startups. Alle Corporates bitte, einmal die Hand hoch. Wie viele Corporates? Okay, alles klar. Sehr gut. Wie viele von euch sind schon mit dem Thema oder sind schon am Datensammeln? Sustainability Data Collection. Für wie viele von euch ist das jetzt aktuell gerade wirklich ein Thema, mit dem ihr euch beschäftigt? Wunderbar. Genau das wollten wir. Ich glaube, Andi, du hast ja genau das richtige Publikum, natürlich, die ihren Weg hierhin gefunden haben für das Thema Quality of Data und ESG Reporting. Und I will switch to English actually because our next panel is going to be in English as well. Our next panel host comes from PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is for the first time a key partner of Impact Festival. Therefore, we are really, really happy and excited that we have them with us today. And present in very many panels, but they also have their PwC lounge out there. And it says data lover and tree hugger in his profile, which I think is really exactly the balance that we are trying to strike here in this session for the next 40 minutes. Because after all, sustainability management will only be possible with really, really good and high quality data. But then one can get lost so easily with all these new EU regulations, CSRD, ESPR, etc., etc. So we're really going to clean up here, unpack this very important topic, and this is going to be an interactive session as well. We really want to make this for you so that you get the most learning out of this quite complex topic. So that's enough of me. I would like to now call on stage his partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. He's really a sustainable data expert. Please welcome with me with a big, big applause, Andi Feiner.
Oh, wow, this is bright. So hello, everyone. My name is Andi Feiner, partner at PwC, and I'm here for 3 years now. In my previous life, I was in investment banking, but also set up a firm where Ina, who's also representative of the panel, is working, and I'm deeply involved into data land at PwC. So the risk when you have such a panel on ESG data is that it's going to be super boring, because everybody agrees there is data gaps, there's quality issues, there is, the pricing issues, like some of the data providers are just taking a little bit too much money in order to kind of, get the services done. And if you then look into the corporate side has a big problem as well, and there were many corporates in the room here. So the corporates are receiving a lot of, requests from certain data providers, but also from their investors directly, which they then will have to answer. And this is something that we at PwC do a lot with those corporates. But this is not the topic in and of itself. But if you look at sustainability data, this is probably, comparable to, the financial data, how it came up after the Great Depression in 1929. You always need a big impetus that companies and the regulators are taking something on like this. And, for us at the moment, it's obviously the planetary boundaries, it's, climate change, but it's also biodiversity, which is a big problem. So hence, the European Union has come up with a very good intention to come up with a lot of regulations for both investors, but also for corporates. We will discuss today whether that is a little bit, too far, how this has gone. So from that perspective, this is something that Ina will talk about. And, we have another view as well, which is from Eric coming. Eric will say, we actually need that regulation. And then we have Simon in the middle, who is, looking more into the financial data as well. But let's look into what is actually happening at the moment. And sustainability data is becoming audit relevant. And this is something that is quite important, because if it becomes audit relevant and there's some tagging required, the times to do this with a spreadsheet are basically over. So this means that a lot of companies are looking into their internal systems, and this requires a lot of investment. And for that, they need to look into a business case around sustainability data. So because today's compliance data will become the basis and the foundation for future green value creation. And that is kind of, the general outset that we have. But today's topic is about, the problems around data. So what we will do is we will look into, a little bit of a general overview, is it right what is happening at the moment? We have, on purpose set up different views, because sometimes these ESG panels are kind of everybody agrees and, nobody remembers anything. So we'll have a little bit of a debate there. And then we'll look into the practicalities. And at the end, there will be Q&A. So you can, save your questions until the end. There's going to be about 10 minutes. But also, if you want to just dive right into this, you can raise your hand. And when I can see you with the slide, then I will pick those up. But without further ado, I'd like to have Ina, Simon, and Eric coming to the stage. And they will introduce themselves. And they will also have a little bit of a provocative statement. So over to you, Ina, I guess.
Hi everyone, really good to be here. The topic I would like to explore today, like Andy mentioned, is the overreach of sustainability regulation. I think it's very fitting, today is Halloween. I think a lot of us in the room would agree there's no scarier topic than sustainability reporting. So definitely looking forward to diving into this area. And a little bit of background about myself. I'm a lawyer by training with over a decade of experience in sustainable finance, data and technology. I hold a couple of advisory board positions in a sustainable asset manager and a German manufacturing company. So looking forward to exploring the different sides of the coin here. Over to Eric.
Yes, thank you, Ina. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Breen. I'm heading up Dataland, and in a previous life I was institutional investor. Data can be indeed an extremely boring topic, but I always like to compare this also with cooking. If you want to have a great recipe on the table, you will need to start with the really dull ingredients, and as a cook you make something out of that. So what's wrong today with sustainable development, what's hindering sustainable development, is a lack of data. And that's why I think we need the data. The regulation will not be perfect, but we need it to speed up. And my only question always is, can we go faster?
Okay, thanks, Eric. My name is Simon Krieger. I'm representing WM Datenservice today. And WM Datenservice is the leading financial data provider in the financial industry. And my part of this medium-sized enterprise is that I'm responsible for the development of ESG data products. And as our clients are mainly financial institutions, I regularly speak to them, and they have a big need in collecting ESG data for financial instruments. So we always hear something about how challenging it is to be compliant with the CSRD. And it's rarely written that it's also hard to be compliant with, for example, the SFDR or the EU taxonomy. And that's why I'm saying that the need for ESG data for financial instruments are underestimated, because from an investor side, the need for these data are very big.
Thank you so much, everyone. Obviously, Simon, what you're talking about is super, super interesting. So when you look into what happened in the past, when SFDR came up and Article 6, 8, and 9 funds, for everybody that doesn't know it, is kind of an Article 8 fund is integrating of sustainability data, and Article 9 is basically also having a positive impact. And everybody was saying, okay, I'm 8 and 9. But then, probably a year after or 2 years after, what happened is that most of the funds actually returned that. And I think that is, testament to what you just said, to the data. So how can you actually fix that issue? So if you talk about that, because, it is a bit of a problem. Everybody wants it. Everybody wants to kind of show that sustainability assets are going up. But then the problem, as you just mentioned, is with the data. So what is your take on all of that?
Yes, great question. In 2022 and 2023, there was kind of a ESG hype train going straight to Europe, and nobody wants to miss it. So there were massive inflows in these Article 8 and 9 funds. And what we see as the time flies is that most of the investors have incredible challenges by being compliant with these regulations. How to fix it? We will see with the upcoming CSRD that the database, which are corporates for financial instruments, will increase. And as you said previously, that sustainability data is also audit relevant. We hope that we can get a better data quality just by providing ESG data which is audited and not anymore estimated.
Thank you so much. And this kind of leads me to another thing. So if you think about the strategy of the European Union, what they have been doing. So the strategy was basically to looking into the leverage points of the system, being banks, being it fund managers, also for the supply chain law, be it the purchasing managers within corporates. So they always wanted to have those guys that require a lot of data from companies, but then at the same time, the requirements for the companies to provide the data is stacked out in the future. So the estimations that you just said, is obviously then something to bridge that gap, which was making a lot of people unhappy. But if I talk about your statement at the beginning, Ina, you said probably the European Union has taken it a little bit too far. So what's your view on this, and what are the arguments that you hear in the market which go into that direction?
I think nobody debates the importance of data transparency, of being able to truly combat greenwashing, which is also one of the objectives of the EU in issuing all of these regulations. The issue, however, is the fact that they are quite technocratic. If you look at some of the text of the EU taxonomy or the CSRD with 1,000+ data points, it's difficult to imagine actually the way companies would actually in reality have to comply with this. In terms of being able to report meaningfully on these data points without them being just a box-ticking exercise. That's one of the main concerns we have at the moment on how to ensure that companies are able to effectively comply with the regulations, but also at the same time make them actionable and integrate into a real day-to-day business strategy, which eventually should be the end goal of it. Another issue is the fact that the policymakers at the EU level weren't really connected to each other. So the key point is the investment community requires a certain data set, let's say to comply with SFDR. And the idea was that CSRD would ensure that all corporates report these SFDR relevant data points, which is actually not the case. So it comes to show you that the policymakers haven't really been in touch with each other to ensure they created a harmonized system. So a key point is that everyone is talking about interoperability. We need to ensure different frameworks and standards speak to each other, but in practice, this is very difficult to achieve. And we see companies really suffocating under the burden of all this regulation. So it's key that we find the right balance between what is required, what is material, and then we move forward from there. But of course, it's not a perfect world. It would take probably decades to arrive at a really efficient sustainability data ecosystem. And we are pretty much at the beginning, I have to say. But it's...
Thank you so much. This is not something that people lightly say on a stage. So thank you so much for voicing this out, what many people are thinking and probably not expressing. But Eric, if I come to you into Dataland, obviously Dataland was set out to solve some of the data issues with gaps in quality and price and availability, but also for the corporates to have a way to talk to the capital markets and the financial markets as well. So you always keep saying let the data flow, and then if you can bring let your data flow in connection with your cooking analogy, that would be a nice way of starting you off here.
Yeah, well, let's agree we want to make a great dish. So, and then we always need sound ingredients. If we start out with lousy ingredients, it will be turning out a lousy dish. That's very easy. Data is not sexy, but it needs to be right. And the quality, there's a lot wrong with it. And I always hear people say data quality, and I always wonder what do they actually absolutely mean with that. So I distinguish 5 aspects of data quality. For investors, it's important, it's comparable, because they look at thousands of companies. They need to compare. Also for investors, it needs to be reliable. So that's your second aspect. Mostly for regulatory reporting, for compliance, for risk management, it needs to be complete. So those are 3 relatively well-known aspects. And the last 2 are most interesting. And they will become much, much more important. It's the timeliness, availability of that data point. If I have sustainability data influencing my business decisions, but I get it in 6 months' time, it's not helpful. So it needs to be there on time. And through the IFRS Foundation, there was a question: do companies need to report sustainability information, which is deemed material, according to the IFRS single materiality definition, and financial information at the same time? And from corporates, the overwhelming answer was yes, absolutely. And I agree. It was also voiced that that's probably one of the hardest things to do. So time is aspect number 4 and extremely important. The last point, the 5th point, is easy access. If I'm an investor or a bank or someone else who needs data, a lot of data, sustainability data typically sits outside a company that needs it. I do not go to 10,000 PDFs, look up historic numbers, put them in a spreadsheet. I want to have that ready at hand. And easy access means also that it should be more open and less costly. And that's where Dataland comes in. I will ask one question to the audience. It's, of course, a trick question, but I'll make it easier by making it multiple choice. Let's take a very simple assumption. One data point costs you €1. And I'll give each of you €100. How many data points can you buy? Easy, right? So I promise to make it easier, give you multiple choice. 20, 100, or 1,000? Who says 20 in this room? I see no hands. No. Who says 100? Yeah, a few hands go up. Good. Who says 1,000? There are a few hands there as well. Good. The trick, of course, is all answers are correct. And I will explain why. 20 is correct. Because what's the profit margin of a large data vendor these days? It's 80%, 80. So they will take your €100, pocket €80 in their profit, and give you data for 20. If you go out and do it yourself, you can have the 100 data points. But if you work together as a collective, you can easily get up to 1,000. And that's what Dataland is about, bringing in a collective ecosystem. So I'll stop rambling there.
It was not rambling, it was basically shameless marketing, but that was okay. So Simon, if you want to pick this up, obviously the investors have trouble of getting all of that data, but most of the investors are actually working with VM Daten at your end. Since you're now also entering the ESG space, what is it you guys are doing in order to solve the data gaps and solve the pricing issues and solve the comparability issues? So what is your claim to play there?
Just to make it clear, we are not a data collector, we are just a data distributor. So we often receive our ESG data directly from the source. And from a historical point of view, we knew that we have an excellent relationship to the issuers because we also issuing every financial product, regardless of ESG or not, in the Daae region. And how we can overcome with this is that we rarely speak to the issuers and say, hey, the investors raised the flag. For example, they have some checks in their systems. This value cannot be true. But in the end, it's always the case that from the issuer side, they are responsible for the data. And we as a data distributor, we are taking much care of the data quality, but we are not able to prove, okay, is this 250 megatons CO2 emissions right, or should it be 238? So and that's kind of trade-off and a bias we see right now, that it's hard to make quality checks for these ESG data. And that's where we say, hopefully, auditors will help to close the gap between the problem of the data quality and any more comparable data.
Okay, thank you. Ina, your firm has a corporate dashboard, and corporates can directly work with ESG book. Does this actually help to fix the quality problem and the availability problem? How does it work, and is there an interaction between your customers and the corporate directly?
A bit similar to Dataland, actually. We also want to encourage an ecosystem because we do believe that that is an essential part of fixing some of these market and regulatory failures we've discussed today. So with our solution, indeed, any of our partners or clients could reach out to a corporate to request data. The corporate then, in turn, has full control over who can see the data, so they can disclose it publicly or privately. And the idea is that if you are an investor, you don't have to send out 1,000 manual spreadsheets data requests. And if you're a corporate, you don't have to fill in 1,000 different manual questionnaires, but you can centralize it all in one place. I think it's definitely the use cases are diverse. So corporates can use then the analytics coming out of this to do peer benchmarking analysis and so forth, and the investors can integrate into their portfolio management process. And we can see it working quite well in practice. But again, it will be a journey for everyone involved. Everyone is streamlining these systems. Also, what we're trying to do is align all of these regulatory disclosures to make it easier. So to have this interoperability actually work in practice, because nobody wants to do 1,000 manual disclosures every year. Companies need to run a business. There have been also a lot of pushback and controversies around the EU Green Deal, that it hurts the EU companies' competitiveness. Of course, again, two sides of the coin. Transparency is important, data is important, but also we need to be mindful that companies are there primarily also to serve their customers. So yeah, hopefully we can enable that with technology, but there is definitely space in our view for a lot of other ecosystem players as well. So it's there will be a need for many solutions on the market.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And probably, whoever wants to pick it up from you guys, there is now a change in the European Union. There's a couple of new decisions to be done. Will it actually, lead to the fact that kind of, the regulation will be toned down, will be less and less and less? And what's your opinion on that? So if you can just kind of, start to talk about that.
Sure, maybe I can give it a start. I mean, we had the recent EU elections. There's a new incoming EU finance commissioner who has signaled actually that there might be a little bit of a revision in the implementation of these directives and regulations. She hasn't actually mentioned which ones, but I think the usual suspects are definitely there. CSRD, taxonomy, and so forth. We have also seen delays recently, specifically on the deforestation regulation, which was pushed back by a year. So the EU is caving in a little bit to corporate business pressure, which is, again, you could argue either way. But there's also across the pond, the US election next week, which would, of course, have quite a big impact on the US policies regarding ESG and climate. So we're definitely holding our breath. And on the other hand, I mean, even if all these regulations are torn down, I think to Eric's point, I mean, there will always be the investor pressure. There will always be the demand for the data. So we are already on the pathway towards achieving momentum in the space. So with or without regulation, I think we are going to arrive at some kind of harmonized system, hopefully, but it will take time.
I also have a view on that, perhaps also to add to you, Ina. I think that if you look at companies, some of the companies already had a lot of data out there, and the right data also. And they didn't need legislation for that. It was already important to communicate how they created value. And it's the function, I think, for a corporate to see how they interact with their stakeholders. For a long time, for over 50 years, we've literally put a fence around a company. And we should stop that. We've created in the 60s an accounting concept, which was a leading concept, which was called enterprise value. Now, can you pick it up? No, you cannot. It's literally a virtual fence around a company. And in today's world, a company is not creating value within its boundaries, but it's creating value outside its boundaries with relations and with resources. which rightly now, this is integrated reporting language, has been picked up by the ISSB. They need to push that concept a bit further. But the interactions outside the company are much more important than only inside the company and only financial. So we need multi-capital thinking, multi-resource thinking, thinking in terms of relationship with your ecosystem. And we also need to think about how value is created. And for that, you need a lot of insights. And I'm not necessarily saying that the regulation with all the requests for the data will deliver that insight. But I think the push for looking outside the company, introducing concept of sustainability data and materiality will help to shape in a company the insights how they create value. We should break down those silos. And that's the core assumption, I think, behind integrated reporting and integrated thinking. And that's a stream I like, and I'm affiliated with that a lot. And it's actually also quite necessary to redefine the role of businesses in society. And that is where the regulation, I think, is very helpful. What I do not want, nor as an investor, nor as a corporate, and this probably also is not the intention of the EU, is to create a data lake with thousands of nothing saying data points. If I ask a CEO today, I wake him up at night, what's keeping you awake at night? Not me, but the 5 big topics within your company. He should be able to say that. And I'll bet that most of those topics are still on the internal side of the company and less on the outside. And that is what needs to change. So we need to build connections, and that's also a way of building ecosystem. One final point, coming back to an ecosystem, if you want to be a central hub in an ecosystem, connecting two-sided markets, multiple markets, if you want to be a platform that has power over what gets on the platform or not, if you want to have power to potentially earn fees and make it commercial, I think that's a wrong way of defining how you serve an ecosystem. If you want to be such a central place, it should be either having more open, non-profit characteristics, or it should be in the public domain. And that's why I'm very, very favorable of the idea of ESEP, which was born out of regulation. ESEP stands for the European Single Access Point, which is that 5th element, that single access point to data. Great idea. Execution, too little, too late. I'm very sorry, but the idea is very good. And Dataland, if you like, is your market-led initiative to do it today. We're here, we're operational, we're not perfect, but we're here. And we have those characteristics of a public, trusted element that can serve that function of a central hub. We are non-commercial, and that's an extremely important element. And the governance is led by a foundation here in Frankfurt.
Thank you so much. So probably, I think we now have 10 minutes after that for Q&A. Is that right? Or is the 3 minutes, until the, okay, so perfect. So you touched upon ESEP, and that's probably one of the most important questions, because people always say, once ESEP is there, like all the data quality, availability, costs and issues are done. So Eric, you just gave your reflections on this, but Simon, if you can, give your thoughts on ESEP, because that theoretically should put you out of business.
Yes, the ESEP, maybe just for the broad audience, the ESEP is the European Single Access Point, which was the idea to collect all public available information, regardless of ESG or other financial statements. And unfortunately, it was postponed till mid-27, and I guess ESG data will be integrated into early 28. But what we see from the ESAP is, of course, it is a great opportunity, but it's questionable if all the companies are really in the points Eric mentioned. Do they import the data in time? Is it quickly available? And then, of course, the ESAP is a great solution, but it's only European. And we, from an investor side, we often see, okay, great, asset management focused only on Europe does not work. It's globally. So if you want to invest as a fund into an enterprise located in Asia or in South America, you will always need the ESG information. And with the ESAP, you get a sort of a solution for the European market, but to deal with it in your whole process and to make ESG data provider obsolete, it won't work because you will need always the data abroad from the EU.
Oh, thank you so much. And I think that is a very valid point, the European-centric setup of ESAP and, being, many years too late. So, Ina, anything that you would like to add on this topic before we open up for the questions?
Sure. I mean, we do hear a lot that the cost of sustainability data is going to go down to zero because of all these regulations, because of the fact that the data needs to be machine readable and accessible publicly to everyone. However, we also need to think about this is the cost to the end user of the data, but how about the cost to the originating entities? So this is, like I mentioned earlier, a very important point we need to keep in mind that companies are required to spend six-figure, seven-figure sums in producing these reports. And we need to think of how to make this data actionable, usable, and actually really material with all the debates around double materiality and so forth. So when we think about the cost of raw data going to zero, the cost for whom, and also the issue is that even if you have access to thousands of data points as an investor, what do you do with them? How do you compare the waste emissions of 1,000 companies, really? You need to put them in context. So that's why it's important to have these additional layers on top that would help you contextualize, analyze, and then introduce into meaningful investment decisions. So some food for thought there, just opening up.
No, I think it's a good point because, in the US with Edgar, the financial data was available for many decades now very easily and openly, but Bloomberg still made a lot of money out of, compiling this and giving context and other topics around that. But let me see whether we have any questions in the audience. So I see one is over here. Can you speak very loud or do we have a microphone?
Perfect, thank you. My name is Leonard Vermens. I work for the ESG and Sustainable Finance team of Commerzbank. And my customers are, thank you for mentioning, Mrs. Amesheva, this topic of the complexity of the data. So my customers are struggling with that. And my question is, are we not building in too much complexity? Or, if I look at the topics, it's really always about circularity, CO2 footprint, maybe how I treat my personnel, but it's like 5 topics. And in Europe, we're discussing CSRD over 1,000 different KPIs. So before we start organizing data layers and data access, do we need this much data, or what do we really, what's the core we can focus on? How little do we need?
Great question. Who wants to take this?
I would like to take that. I think you're spot on. And this is exactly the difference, I think, between regulation-driven data gathering, where they say, well, this could all be important, and what a company really needs to drive its business. And there's, of course, very different motivations behind it. So it's also understandable. And I must admit, we're lucky because the original CSRD introduced over 2,000 data points. We're now just over 1,000. Still too much. I also think that it will be, with the political wind that we will be seeing in the next few weeks, probably go down a little bit. But we should also be very much aware that this also marks a trend. And typically, European politics starts out with ambition, otherwise you get nowhere. There's a little bit of pocket money already in each proposal. This is how this works. They can take it out. And then a somewhat watered down version will be implemented. And then when it's implemented, it will be even further watered down by practice. So if we get to 25% of what they're asking initially, I would already be thinking that's quite a lot and quite enough. This is not a compliance statement, of course. But I do believe business leaders that realize how they interact with the external world and can really articulate their value creation story already would have the most important metrics in place today. And that is what I want to see and what I want to hear. And the other side is I don't want to hear the legal talk, I don't want to hear the marketing talk, I want to hear the business talk, including negative impacts, please. And that's the latest twist we took, and one of the biggest ones in the update of Integrated Reporting Framework. We saw that a lot of people were following integrated reporting and making a great story out of it. But they were forgetting about the two-sided coin of impact. It can also be negative, and you should first come clean on what that negative impact is before you can manage and steer it and take it away together with the ecosystem or balance it to others. One thing I must add, final point, is that we will see a lot more data because I can add up euros, yens, Swiss francs, US dollars, Canadian dollars, whatever dollars, I can add that up. I can also, with an interest rate structure, bring future dollars into the now. I cannot, and I've never met anyone who has been able to add up CO2 emissions, water usage, use of child labor, and so on, and so on, and so on. These are very different dimensions and very different metrics. And also the time element. I don't know whether avoiding a ton of CO2 today is better than avoiding 2 tons tomorrow. I cannot answer that question. Maybe someone can, but these are extremely complex systems. And we should be aware that we're not oversimplifying as well. So we do also need to recognize we need more data. That's the balance. Hope that answers your question.
Anybody else?
Maybe I would jump into it. What we see from a practical view is that a few years ago, there was like this intention, oh great, you have ESG data, give me everything you have. And in the last years, it's pushed back to, okay, I know which data is relevant for me. So great, you have 600 data points in your database. I only need my 250. And the 250 Bank A requires could be a lot different to the other 250 Bank B would need. So what we see is that in the institutions as well, they have their processes and they need ESG data for different use cases, for example, for the investment process, but also for risk management and so on. And they predefined their need for the data. And then they see, okay, I need data point ABC. How do I get this?
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we can hear maybe a couple more questions.
Exactly. Over here.
It was mentioned at the beginning that assurance of data or the CSRD will be a key player on data quality. So we will start with limited assurance. So at the beginning, most probably not deep dive on data, but then it should evolve on reasonable assurance. How do you see this regulation basically bringing value and quality and getting us where we should be with data quality?
I think probably one for you.
I mean, I can start a little bit, but I'm the moderator, you know, but coming from PwC. So of course, you know, like with financial data, you know, like before the Great Depression, everybody had their same recipe or the different recipes, and they collected the data and didn't really communicate this. And the same it was with sustainability data. You know, like everybody had their way of calculating, you know, let's say a gender pay gap. You know, there's multiple ways of doing this. Now kind of, people would like to streamline this, although the regulation is very vague still. There's no recipe in the regulation how to actually do it. But still with the assurance process, there will be, some convergence in these things. And of course, you can't go in there at day one and say, now we go full assurance, and that just would kind of, put too much of a burden on the company, which is already very high with sustainability data. So I firmly believe, in the same thing, and just looking how financial data, the quality has improved, the same will happen to sustainability data. And it will also be less and less sustainability data. If you look at the CSRD, everyone brings the 1,000 data points, but since companies have to check which are the material topics for them, the actual amount of data points the companies are reporting is much less. So to your question, yes, it will bring quality to it. It will be probably a decade that we need in order to get that done. And then after that, there will be still problems with data quality. As you can see in financial data points, there's still problems, although there's, heavy fines and full assurance of these data points, there will still be problems. Because there's kind of, ways how you can, choose A or B and how you calculate that. So it will get better. There will never be a perfect situation. And I don't think that we need a perfect situation. We need some focus on these topics, on the most material ones, because, the topics of climate change and most important biodiversity, we need to get this into the thinking of companies. I fully believe that this is the right way where the European Union goes, but I'm sitting with Ina, on your chair, basically, like, it's too much. And if we talk to, corporates that we are supporting in collecting all of that information and, getting them ready, they are unable to basically do all of these things. And it takes away, airtime from their business as well. So from that perspective, I hopefully this will get less and less and less and find a right balance. And then kind of with assurance, I think we have a nice additional data set to the financial data. There's sustainability data, which is, to Eric's point, bring it a little bit to the outside of the fence that you just mentioned, basically. So I'm looking at the time. Probably, I don't know if we can have one last question, if there is one. If not, we are basically very grateful for your time, for your interest.
Okay.
There's one
Can
question.
you hear me? I have a question. Hello. Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. My name is Sanam, and I just want to know that your opinion about technology like AI, machine learning, NLP, how this technology can be leveraged to improve the quality of ESG data.
There's a lot to unpack here. We need another 5 minutes. I'm sorry. You go first.
Yeah, maybe I can start. From I think everything we heard today, the manual processes are out, right? We need technology to actually humanly manage all of this tsunami of sustainability data requests, analysis, and so forth. So it will be a crucial element. Again, with AI, the key point is reliability, like we have discussed probably in many other channels. The models are improving exponentially, but the reliability of using a purely AI-driven approach would also need to be tested over time. Who knows? They might take over all of our jobs in a few decades, but what we still see is that the combination between human and machine interaction is probably the best of both worlds.
Yeah, quick reaction, 3 words. Word 1, it's extremely helpful. It helps us to cut through data quicker and easier. Second word, it needs interaction. Interaction is the word there. With the human eye and the humans. You cannot let it go alone. And that's specifically for the interpretation. Last word, and that's the extremely important one, is transparency. We don't want to build black boxes. So if AI finds the data point 5 and we put it on Dataland, you can click on the number 5 and you can see it. Here is the report from the company, and there's your number 5 sitting in that report. And that transparency, I think, is crucial.
Thank you so much. Any final words?
I would just mention that with the technology, we could eliminate the human errors, which is in the reporting. So, for example, if you're collecting the data and going manually through all the sustainability reports, AI will lead to faster access to the data because it's much faster than doing it with a human. And hopefully, if the AI is good, we will have an increase in the data quality as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that last question. I think we need to leave. It was great fun. I enjoyed it with the panelists, and thank you so much to the Impact Festival, to you for inviting us to the stage, and thank you so much for that. Reach out if you have any.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here today at the Impact Festival to raise awareness on why sustainability within the chemical sector is key for a global transformation. On the one hand, the chemical sector consumes 10% of all total of the world's total energy, and it contributes to 8% of all greenhouse gas emissions. But on the other hand, we find chemicals in 90% of all global productions. Projections by United Nations Environment Programme and the International Council of Chemical Associations estimate that the global chemical production could even double by 2030. The sector will experience an increasing demand for chemicals worldwide, and particularly in developing economies. This is a great opportunity to integrate more sustainability in the chemical and chemical-related sectors in order to solve global challenges and to assure that also future generations will find a livable planet. A livable planet without serious climate change, without an enormous biodiversity loss, most likely associated with starvation, and mountains of plastic waste at sea and on land. For this reason, we need sustainable chemistry as an holistic, transformative, and innovative approach for the chemical and chemical-related sectors. Integrating sustainable chemistry means ensuring that production processes are sustainable. It means that our products are sustainable and that also our way of consumption becomes increasingly sustainable. This implies, for example, that we have to develop products which can be repaired, reused, and at the end of their life cycle also recycled. We have to take care of emissions, about hazardous chemicals, about sustainable material and energy streams, and also social aspects. Just to mention some points. And we definitely have not to forget, by doing so, that all our processes and products must be still economically competitive on local and international markets. That's an enormous challenge where new innovations are urgently needed, and studies from McKinsey and Deloitte estimate revenue growth between 30 to 50% in the coming years through new products and innovations. For this reason, we at ISC3, the International Sustainable Chemistry Collaborative Center, are following a multi-stakeholder approach targeting policy makers, the public and the private sector, academia, and also the civil society. We contribute to international chemicals policy, such as the Global Framework on Chemicals, GFC. We develop academic and non-academic trainings. We developed trainings, for example, for sustainable construction with a focus on plastics. We developed trainings for H2 economy, power to X, and also power to chemicals. In addition, we offer advisory services and we foster innovations and entrepreneurship worldwide. For this reason, our annual ISC3 Investor Forum is very important to foster connections between startups, scientists, investors, and decision makers, which give us the chance promoting collaborations to advance sustainable chemistry solutions. This year, we are very pleased to have partnered with the Impact Festival to showcase the transformative potential of sustainable chemistry. Our goal is to engage impact investors by highlighting the significant contributions of our selected startups to society and the environment, along with their promising economic potential. We see that as one of our contributions to a livable, sustainable world for our and future generations. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Thomas. And I'm happy to be here with, it's quite bright here, okay. So I want to build up a bit of tension now, because it's also going to be this afternoon where some nervous startups will receive prizes, awards for our innovation challenge we just did. So if I could have the first slide, please, if that's possible. So as Thomas explained, we try to foster the transformation of chemistry, and that also means that we're supporting startups, and that's one of our main topics here, because we feel that startups have a strong transformative power. For that, we're annually issuing a prize, an award, an innovation challenge. And this innovation challenge of this year has been on sustainable chemistry and textiles. And so you have to have a bit of patience, because first we are going to have a nice panel discussion on, as you see, financing innovation in sustainable chemistry and textiles. But after that, you will see the awards, and we will have an audience award for the pitches that have been presented from ISC3 yesterday morning and from the innovation challenge as well. So it doesn't do anything here, but that doesn't matter. Just perhaps a few words about the innovation challenge on textiles. That was about, of course, ways of producing more sustainable in textiles. Textiles is one of the most polluting sectors in the chemical world. Now, here we are, finally. So, sustainable chemistry in textiles. So, it's about environmental benign production. So, that's the subtopics of the challenge. Alternative materials and feedstocks, obviously, waste minimization, the whole topic of recycling, but also alternative business models. So, there were 50 applications in the first round. It's normally a two-stage approach, and 40 startups in the second round, and 5 finalists have been invited to pitch here yesterday. And just to show you what the criteria were, we had a international judge of 23 international experts in the field of textiles and sustainability. And they were looking for how innovative is the approach of the startup, what is the sustainability contribution, along with a relatively strong set of indicators, and what's the market potential and business aspects of the business. These are the 5 finalists of the Innovation Challenge. Dimpora, DNA Cotton, Polybion, Renaissance, and Schützen. If you have followed up the program yesterday, Polybion was among the 3 finalists of the Impact Award as well. So you might have followed that this yesterday evening. Unfortunately, you didn't make it, but there's a second chance today, okay, on that. And with that, I keep up the tension for now and would then move on to the panel discussion. And I would invite my colleague Astrid as the moderator of this session and also the panelists on stage. And thank you for your attention so far.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Please be welcome to today's Impact Festival and International IC3 Investor Forum session on financing innovation in chemistry and sustainable textiles. For the next half hour in our panel and after in our continuing session, we will address industrial innovation at the intersection of sustainable chemistry, finance, and the textiles industry. My name is Astrid Ewaz. I work as an innovation at the IC3 Innovation Hub, hosted by DECMA EV. That is the expert network for chemical engineering and biotechnology in Germany. And I will be a moderator for the next half hour. To get into the argument, it's my pleasure to welcome our illustrious guests in today's international panel. Let's start with Mrs. Thomasine Döllendau. You first, Thomasine, yes. She's the former Materials Innovation and Design Director at Material Innovation Initiative, MII. In this role, Thomasine worked with next-gen innovators around the world to better understand their products and potential applications across fashion, home, and the automobile industries. Prior to joining MII, Thomasine worked in fashion design for 25 years. In addition to founding her own line, she worked for Ralph Lauren, Banana Republic, Marc by Marc Jacobs, Armani Exchange, and others, where she held directorial and VP positions. And she has consulted for both small and large brands and has a broad understanding of the industry processes and the market. Sophia Escheu is an associate in industrial and climate tech with Speed Invest, based in Paris. She's on the lookout for next-generation technologies tackling the food and highest polluting industrial sectors, namely energy, construction, manufacturing, food and agriculture. And before joining Speed Invest's climate tech and industrial tech team, Sophia gained experience at several startups as well as in strategy consulting, always with a strong heart for impact. Thomas Rehmet, he started at Reutlingen University, the Center for Entrepreneurship, in 2017. It is supporting students and alumni of university and providing startup events, seminars, and workshops. And in 2019, Thomas and his team started the Textile Accelerator program, in German language, Stoff im Kopf, so textiles in the head, right? For textile startups in Germany, including software solutions, new materials, smart solutions, and fashion brands. And more than 100 teams and solopreneurs have been supported so far, 15 partners with CFE from all over Germany and Südwesttextil e.V., that is the employer association in Baden-Württemberg for the textile industry, create a unique startup ecosystem with mentoring, coaching, and access to laboratories in textiles all over Germany. And Miguel Ramoa, it's a pleasure to have you. You're the Chief of Innovation and Sustainability at Adalberto Textile Solutions in Portugal, and you're a seasoned industrial manager with over 25 years of experience, having worked in a range of leadership roles across multiple sectors of the textile industry. And your expertise spans from budget management to innovation and commercial strategy with a deep understanding of the European business landscape. And all of your efforts aim honestly to not only solving complex problems, but ensuring that Adalberto Textile Solutions innovation and sustainability activities not only meet, but exceed their strategic objectives. So please put your hands together for our esteemed panelists. And what we're trying to do during this panel here today is we're trying to draw a fast-forward picture on the status quo and the potential of a well-financed and carefully curated, innovative textile economy within our planet's boundaries. So nothing more than this up in the next half hour. So we have the panelists here because they come from distinct industrial branches, so to say. And Sophia, my first question in this panel to you, speaking about sustainable textiles in the chemical sector, is what role do you think venture capital plays in accelerating the adoption of sustainable materials and practices in the textile industry? And are there any investment strategies that are specifically for you or models that you believe can drive faster change in the textiles industries?
First of all, thank you so much for having us, Astrid. It's a pleasure to be here. I think we just heard in the keynotes that in order to drive change in this industry, there's actually quite many things that need to all fall into place. There's regulation, there's like process change, there's corporates that need to actually favor and change internal policies around sustainability. And then there's one key thing, and that's innovation and technology, right? And I think this is exactly then where we as venture capital funds come in, because oftentimes at a very, very early stage, there's no one else that would fund those high potential technologies, because there's actually always quite a high risk involved, right? So I think like why is VC relevant here? It's because we are the ones that can actually take the risk to finance those technologies at a very early stage, but then also kind of along the life cycle of a startup. And I think there's many different ways of how we need to finance, different finance and venture capital models that can actually work here. I think the first thing, and that's probably, I would say, like my biggest wish for this whole industry, or at least like all VCs that are at least open to invest and look at chemical innovations, is really to consider the textile and fashion industry as like a relevant sector to look at. Because right now, and I guess we're going to come to that a bit later anyway, right now actually quite a lot of VCs do shy away from this, because the fashion industry has been an industry let's say with very high barriers to entry. It's like quite a fragmented supply chain. In the end, it's also still very, very cost sensitive. So I think like for a start, we just need more VCs to look at the industry. We need generalist VCs to look at it at different stages. So we at Speed Invest, we invest quite early at pre-seed and seed stage. We need funds to look at that stage, but we also need funds at a later stage who are willing to finance these type of technologies. And that's oftentimes even like infrastructure investors, because if we look at alternative materials, for example, it's not just software and let's say like digital technologies that need to be financed. It's really like asset heavy topics, and there's definitely a huge gap for this in Europe.
Yeah, that's true. But what metrics and key factors are you as an investor looking for? What are the principles that you're actually looking in the textile supply chain to evaluate if a sustainable textile startup would be investor ready and to be counted on by you?
Yeah. I mean, so I think in the end it doesn't differ that much from our usual metrics that we look at when evaluating a company in different industries, right? It's quite similar. I think the number one thing that we look at is always the team. Mm-hmm. Like the team needs to be like obviously like super complementary. Usually you need like one part that's focused on technology. You need one founder who's focused more on the commercial side, which is really relevant. And oftentimes, especially if we look at science-heavy topics, something that founder teams are missing very early on, because oftentimes technologies are being spun out of universities. So if like several PhD candidates who have basically researched their technology for quite a long time, but they're so in love with their technology that they miss the commercial part. So that's something that's super important that I can only basically put out here as a tip for most founders. And then the second is obviously we need to see demand in the market. So even at a pre-seed stage, if we speak to experts, speak to potential customers, like Miguel, for example, we need them to tell us that the innovation that we're presenting is something that they would actually pay money for. So those are the two things, and I guess like the most relevant one is then actually having some sort of connection to the textile industry, to the textile or chemical industry, because if you don't have it, it's going to be a very, very tough tough journey.
Yeah, and I just caught you like giving tips to founders in the textile sector, which is very nice. Thank you for that. I hope you're listening, all of you. It's very applicable knowledge. But you know, we have an expert here who's associated to the Center for Entrepreneurship, and you're actually coaching innovators in the textile sector, Thomas. And so the question here is, how do you see it? And what exactly do you do? Like, what formats do you have to support sustainable textile change makers at the Center for Entrepreneurship? What formats are there? And is there anything that you would like to give an advice? Do you provide mentoring, coaching, and access to laboratories over Germany? That was what I said in the introduction. What resources and mentorship and programs are available with you to help early stage companies grow in this sector? And you are funding R&D and market entering. And how does a startup graduate your accelerator, and where do your support services stop at the CFE? It's a lot, but how do you support?
Thank you. Well, we are the only program in Germany for textile startups. So there's quite a lot of support for startups at every stage here in Germany, in Baden-Württemberg, in Hessen. So each state has its own programs. There are federal programs now, and you also have European programs. But here for Germany, nobody dares to enter or to look at textile startups. So we are from Reuting University. We are originally a school for textiles. So we have students there learning about textile engineering, also fashion design, so all kinds of aspects in what you need. And we gather the expertise from our university together with Südwesttextil, the employer association here in Baden-Württemberg, and they have a strong industry network. So in fact, what we do is building up a network with coaches and especially mentors from the textile industry. So they have so many questions. And I mean, you had very good advices for the teams, but well, we handle with the teams. There are two business students or business alumni who want to enter a textile or want to develop a textile idea, or we have two textile students, alumni, who don't have a clue about business models and so on. So we have to handle with that. So we have to make them fit in both worlds, business and textiles. And we are also proud that they can, or we can support them with developing their prototypes. So that's very important, especially for those two business students. When they don't have a clue about textiles, how can they start and develop their prototype? And in the end, well, not all of them succeed. Yeah, so we have just a few, but then we are happy that we have contacts like Sophia where we can handle them over. Yeah. But not all of them are really VC cases. VC is a very special case or a special form of funding. So there are many other forms of funding before public funds, business angel funds. So yeah, and in the end, one of the teams of your finalists yesterday, they said, yes, we have customers, they pay for it. So that's the real target, what you have to address.
Right, a client base is always the basis to business in textiles and any other industry, that's true. I wanted to ask something to Thomasine, but given your answer right now, let's go to Miguel for a second here. So Adalberto is on a mission to disrupt traditional fashion in the textile industry, and you have set out to produce planet-positive textiles. We were just at the industrial design, and so what key innovations are you currently working on to push the boundaries of sustainability in the textile industry, and what are positive, planet-positive textiles? Where can we get them? What is that?
Okay, so Adalberto, it's a 55 years old company. It's on its third generation, and now we are on a mission. We have a quest. We truly want to be the most sustainable factory in the world. Being said this, we want to break the status quo of this industry. We have the means. We are the first generation that has these means. We have the technology. We have the regulatory means that are being implemented. We have the investors looking at this, and the public is getting the awareness of everything that fast fashion and ultra fast fashion is doing. So we truly want to break the status quo by producing textiles, not passing from harm to less harm, but being positive, contributing positively to ecosystems, not doing harm by producing them, doing circular models, reaching to green energy, green chemistry, and aligning everyone in this proposal. It's possible, it's profitable, it's a huge business opportunity for all of us who truly work in these business models. Our products, you can find them everywhere. So if you see made in Portugal for every fashion brands, home textiles or technical textiles, probably there's a huge probability that was made by us entirely or partly of them. So this is us.
So we can get them anywhere?
Yes, you can get it everywhere, for sure. Sometimes with our business approach, we try to brands to put by Adalberto the technology, but some brands then they're not very eager to do that. But hopefully, in the very near future, with some technology that we have been patented, things will change, and for sure we will make this planet positive textiles being made everywhere.
Yeah, right. So, Thomasine, now finally getting to you. Sorry for making you wait, but you've been a brand manager for so many years. What role do you think customer demand plays in driving innovation in sustainable textiles? We just heard how important the client basis is. How can companies better communicate the benefits and the necessity of sustainable materials, sustainable chemistry to consumers? And how can brands ensure that sustainable materials can meet the requested high performance, quality, and durability standards? I mean, it's asked a lot, right?
It is a lot, and that's part of the problem, or part of the slowdown, I should say, with getting like next-gen sustainable solutions to market is meeting those metrics that the incumbent textiles currently have. And quite honestly, most of the time it's beyond what most consumers need. These performance things when it comes to stretch or UV resistant, sometimes it can go beyond what we really need for everyday life, since we're not all athletes or we're not, needing it for certain things, or skiing or et cetera. So, but in terms of how a brand is going to talk to the customer, is that what you were asking me about?
How to raise the awareness on sustainable textiles, because of course textiles, it's a linear, like we heard it yesterday during the Impact Award pitch also by the former winners of the last year. It's a linear supply chain so far that we're trying to circularize by making sustainable textiles. So this is what you are all active on. So how can we raise this brand awareness? Because there's always this premium argument coming in, but is it a premium after all in your view? And is there any go-to message that you can give in order to raise brand awareness from your view?
Well, that was definitely something we did at MII, was to raise awareness about all these innovations that are just incredible and mind-blowing. And right now, so many of us are operating in a bubble, and we're trying to punch through that bubble to get it out there. And a few brands, and I would say Gani is one of the stellar brands. Speaking of stellar, Stella McCartney is also a stellar brand for working with innovation, and they literally have innovation departments and innovation teams that reach out to innovators to sample and put it through their supply chains. And that's the big test. So the performance is part of that, but once it goes through a factory's or a brand's supply chains, specifically their cut and sew factories, you'll learn a lot, and they'll learn quickly if it's viable, if it's a viable yarn or a viable textile. And then I think it would behoove the brand to talk about this innovation they've brought in and to be as transparent as possible. And it's not greenwashing, and it's definitely not greenwashing if you say, yeah, we tried this. They might not do what you thought it did, might know what the polyester version did, but this is really good. And so just have like honest conversations with your customers and be fallible.
Yeah. Thank you for the answer. It was very extensive, and I'm sure more than half an hour it would be advised for this topic for sure. But let me get back to Sophia, because you said, okay, there is awareness rising, people are willing to pay premium, people are trying to inbuild it into their production lines, they're aware of the necessity of sustainable textiles. But Sophia, what do you think, in which segments of the clean textile, or maybe to all of you, whoever wants to answer that question, which segments of the clean textiles and materials industry, in your view at the moment, present the greatest opportunity for climate tech innovation? Is there any emerging technology that particularly excites you in your various positions in terms of sustainable textiles and financing it?
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say, I think we always have to differentiate between technology that can actually drive an impact, but then at the same time, technology that also works for our VC business model. I think that's a huge difference, and obviously there's so many different models out there that can work and drive a change. I think two things that I'm particularly excited about, and also let's say spaces where we do see an increasing amount of players and startups that we're really excited about, is one, automating the whole fashion production process. It's not directly related to, I would say, sustainable chemicals, but it's a trend that at least we as investors are seeing and have kind of confirmed with experts. I'm sure they also have, Miguel and Thomasine also have something to say about this, but that's basically nearshoring production to Europe. But I mean, the huge trend behind this is basically that right now, big brands actually have super long lead times when ordering products from their suppliers in Asia, for example. It actually takes up to 6 or even 9 months for the products and garments to actually arrive in store in Europe. And by that point in time, the trend might be over already. So everyone's thinking about nearshoring. Obviously, the Supply Chain Act and sustainability regulations also play a big role here. But if you think about nearshoring, right now it's just not really possible, because the unit economics with the production facility in Europe oftentimes don't work out. Most of the time, it's only fit to work if you have brands that are actually willing to pay a premium for garments or fibers that have been produced in Europe, right? So how can we solve this? We just need to automate more. It's actually just a staff shortage. That's the main reason. So how can we bring down the stuff that we need? We need to automate more. There's quite a lot of exciting technologies that we see right now in the sector of automated cutting machines, automatic sewing machines, actually fully automated factories that I'm sure Miguel also looked into. And there's quite a lot that can be done. Obviously also right now with the new innovations in artificial intelligence. And then the second part is anything around AI for material discovery. I think there's quite a lot of companies right now that set out to actually figure out what are the new materials that can actually replace fossil fuel based fibers in the technology, in the industry right now. And there's obviously so many different types of materials, can be bio-based, can also be still chemical-based, but basically recycled fibers, etc. And there's quite a lot of tools that focus specifically on the research and R&D part and leverage the new let's say, foundational AI models in chemistry also to figure out how can we faster develop new materials and shorten those development cycles.
Yes, for sure. Talking about producing more in order to compensate premiums and stuff like that. So Thomas, you in the Center for Entrepreneurship, you often serve as a bridge between academic research and the real world applications. How do you ensure that research in sustainable chemistry translate into the real world and then gets commercially viable in products or services? And given the rising importance of the circular economy, how does the CFE encourage and support startups focused on creating circular business models within the textiles and chemical sector? Because if we now hear producing more and more in order to compensate other things, that wouldn't be circular, would it?
Yeah. But the first question was how to assure it. Well, if we could assure anything, well, then we wouldn't sit here, probably. We can support them, but it's not us to decide in advance if the business model is going to succeed or not. So we have, within our program, we have 15 partners from academia and from industry we have a selection pitch at the beginning of our program. So these partners, they select the teams who are able to take part within the program. So we rely on their expertise on the market, on research results, and so on, that they can define, well, there's potential, innovative potential, and scaling potential is, as we've heard, something different. And again, the second question was?
The latest question was like, how do you ensure that it translates, and how you generally focus on creating the circular business models that ensure that we don't produce more, that we are trying to get to a loop. We have now we select in 2 pitching events. So one is focusing on technology and software solutions, and the other one is focusing on fashion and sustainability. So we have there also partners or experts from with a sustainable background and expertise there, and they ask the right questions if it's really sustainable and circular, or if they have really the teams also have a background in that, so they know what they're doing. So not just pretending, because it's not just the big ones who do what we call greenwashing. It's also some startups who say, yes, we want to be totally sustainable, but then I remember that one demo day there came the colleague from Hugo was asking them 1 or 2 questions, and they was, I don't know. So it's the reality proof check, with our partners and mentors and coaches to ensure that there's a high level of sustainability and circularity. Yeah. Thank you. We have 6 more minutes. I'll try to keep it short. I have thousands of more questions, but anyhow, Miguel, how do you go about optimizing the use of chemicals in your production lines, and how do you balance environmental impact with business goals such as profitability and market growth? We have touched upon this facet a lot right now, but you as an innovation manager, how do you make sure this translates and quickly and creates this loop?
So in the beginning, we have several Kaizen projects installed. We are lean manufacturing freaks, literally. Okay, so we only use what is strictly necessary. Okay, and we measure everything that we use, and we try always to go around to use sustainable chemistry, sustainable energy, sustainable materials, and everything in between. The seek of profitability, it's the outcome of this search. Okay, there's no other way. So it's, the base of sustainability, it's the excellence in the operation. If you are excellent in your operation, you are going to be sustainable. Then when you put the innovation next to sustainability, then you are ahead of your competition. In the base, we measure everything. Okay, we measure everything that we do. All of our equipment, all of our factory, it's connected in real-time data, and we receive all the data, and we know exactly what is happening. And we have different teams, the innovation teams, the engineering process teams, and the technical teams working on a daily basis to improve our processes. And when we see there's space for improvement, we reach out to manufacturing, people that make machines, people that do chemistry, to help us to be even better.
Yeah. And the very last question to you, Thomasine. So looking, as a final statement for the future, looking ahead, what trends or shifts do you foresee in sustainable entrepreneurship over the next 5 to 10 years in the textile sector? And how do you think it's going to be financed?
The financing part. I'll definitely get to that at the end. I wanted to address, I kind of want to piggyback on Sophia's answer or the question you had for her, as well as incorporating that, because in terms of like future trends for textiles, I think that right now I first want to we all know, or especially based on the keynote speaker's address that he made, like textiles are one of the biggest polluters. We also know, and I don't know if you mentioned this, that we have an incredible amount of textile waste in the world right now, and nothing is being done with it. So ultimately, that's a feedstock for something, right? So take those two things. We've got like unsustainable textile production, and there's a lot of it, and then we have an incredible amount of waste. So the two areas of innovation that I'm really excited about are taking bio-waste, so biomaterials, creating biomaterials from bio-waste, and there's a lot of it, and that's also using waste is always a good thing, right? Using waste to make, and so that it lends itself to circularity. And then, of course, you need a lot of chemistries to deal with that, to process those waste items so that they get color neutralized, they have the consistency you need, et cetera. And there's also the performance chemistries that might be needed for it as well. And then the other area of innovation, which deals with the waste, all the landfilled and textile waste that's out there, is recycling. And I think that it's in some ways it's the least sexy of the innovations, but it could really address a huge problem.
It's a huge opportunity.
Yeah, it is a huge opportunity.
For sure.
And there's some, and I feel like we've just dipped a toe into that. So those are the two areas where I hope a lot of money goes into is safe recycling, and that's a true circular model, right? Especially if you're a brand, and now with all brands having to take back and have responsibility for their products, imagine they could recycle their collections over and over again to make new collections. So I think that's pretty cool. And then again, the biomaterials are super exciting. So biosynthetics as well as biomaterials.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm sure everybody would have to add a lot. Anyhow, thank you for this wonderful panel. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for all of the speakers for the very insightful information on financing innovation in the textile sectors. There are so many models in terms of financing that if you want to get into the financing models, then there is another session. This was just the cutting edge of just dipping the toe into the topic. And with this, we would like to cede the stage again to Dr. Alexis Bazzanella and to awarding the winners of our yesterday's pitch competition for the IC3 Audience Award winners in Sustainable Chemistry Innovations, and also to the Impact the IC3 Innovation Challenge winners in terms of special impact and in sustainable textiles.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Let's see who won.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
You can go here.
So thank you very much for this amazing panel. I could have listened quite a bit longer, I'm sure, but I don't want to excel too much with the attention. As Astrid already said, we have 2 awards, and the first one we're going to talk about is the so-called Audience Award. So we've been asking the audience during the morning pitch session yesterday to vote for their favorite startup pitch. So we will now see who won the hearts of the audience. Okay, and that's Thesaurus Development from Ghana. Congratulations. Come up here. Congratulations. You can briefly say something.
All right.
Shoot.
All right, thank you very much to the audience on we being your favorite pitch for the year.
So that's the prize, Audience Award winner. That's made from recycled textiles.
That's great.
Also from one of our startups in India. So, congratulations again. And if you want to learn more about them, you can contact them at our booth. They're doing geopolymer concrete interlocking blocks for construction, for buildings, for housing. So that's an amazing topic. Right, and now, tension building up, we're coming to the ISC3 Innovation Challenge Award. We have 5 finalists, as I said. And we have 3 award categories I want to repeat to everyone. So there's the main challenge award, so the Innovation Challenge Award. And we have 2 awards that are dedicated to special impact, creating impact in the sector, and of course to the environment and sustainability goals at all. And that being said, I want to quickly repeat who the 5 startups were. And now coming to the first winner for the special impact, for the first special impact with the 5,000 euros prize. That is Renaissance. Welcome and congratulations. Cool. Do you want to say something?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the award and for this recognition. It really means a lot. Thank you.
Great. Okay. That's for you. It's blinding.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Congratulations again. So the prize goes to Renaissance from Sweden. For there, and we heard about that, that's an important topic, innovative textile recycling technology, thereby drastically reducing energy and water consumption and CO2 emissions. Yeah, second prize for special impact goes to Polybion from Mexico. And if you wonder why we have 2 guys there, because we have the founding brothers with us. Any statement you want to give?
Thanks for the support and everybody for having us. We had fun these 2 days, seeing different technologies and all the impact that is done in this part of the world regarding impact. I was especially interested in the carbon sequestration and the management of the forests, and these kind of initiatives are very good.
So I think we move here for the photo.
I just want to thank all the ISC3 team. They're great people. We're very happy about the award, and thanks for having us.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Well, so with our award, it's not the winner takes it all, but there is a main winner for the Innovation Challenge Award with 15,000 euros, and that goes to Dimpora from Switzerland.
Thank you. Foremost, I want to thank you all for having us. I mean, coming here already was a prize in itself, and I mean, that's a cherry on the top. And to be recognized for our work in the most complicated textiles, the waterproof breathables. So we want to really make them circular and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Okay, just for the photo, you need to take that. That's yours. Thank you. Okay. Could we have all the startups just on stage again for the picture? That would be great. All of you, right. Right, I hope that works. Oh, we have to come. Thank you. So perhaps I missed that in the excitement. So Polybion first, that was on a price for their bacteria-grown cellulose-based leather substitute with around 99% less carbon emissions or CO2 emissions compared to animal leather. And Dipora on the textile membrane that is completely waterproof and breathable, but without PFAS and other harmful chemicals. So congratulations again. You were really the top-notch startups on this exciting challenge with cool innovations. And now, after the challenge is before the next challenge, always. So I would like to directly announce what the topic for this and next year will be. So the next challenge will be on sustainable chemistry and climate change. It's about reducing greenhouse gas emissions in chemical production, greenhouse gas mitigation technologies through chemistry and biotechnology solutions, but also about chemistry-based climate change adaptation technologies. So relatively broad topic on something which is really urgent, and we really are in dire need of innovative solutions to solve our global climate challenge issues. So if that challenge is available on the ISC3 website, you can scan the QR code and that will directly lead you to the website. So stay tuned there, and any further information will be on the website. So that being said, two other announcements. Of course, you can meet us at the booth downstairs. So that's number C1, directly on the left-hand side of the entrance, on level 0. But we also have a masterclass coming up this afternoon about the concept and practical impact of sustainable chemistry. So please meet us there. That's in the Impact Hub I think that's the first floor. And that's going to happen at 4 o'clock. So thank you again. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your participation. And I wish all of you a nice remaining afternoon and the rest of the show.
Thank you so much to the whole team of ISC3 for this fantastic session. I hope that you're bearing with us now for a very important, but a little bit more technical topic that we are bringing onto this stage. And there is a company that is really hard to get by when you are in the field of impact investing / sustainable startups. And this company is called Planet A Ventures. It was founded in 2020 by Fridtjof Detzner in Hamburg and has really been having a great impact, a great footprint on that whole ecosystem when it comes to pushing forward and promoting and supporting startups that are on about climate tech, green tech, etc. And I'm very, very happy that we have the senior analyst of that company, Planet A Venture, with us today to be bringing and shedding light on the topic of life cycle assessment. So please put your hands together now for Dr. Benedikt Buchspies. Thank you so much. Thank you, Benedikt.
Thank you for the introduction. I was invited here today to share our insights and our knowledge we gathered while assessing biodiversity. It's a challenging topic, and that's why we want to share what we learned in order to help others and also to help us to engage in discussions in moving this forward. I was introduced, so I can skip this. Maybe a few words on Planet A. We are an early stage investment fund. We invest pre-seed, seed, and Series A. We, at the moment, deploy a fund of a total of 160 million euros, and we mainly invest in Europe and Israel. Our initial ticket size is between 500,000 and 4 million euros, And so far, we've done 24 investments. You see them here. Some of them are directly related to biodiversity, for instance, the Land Banking Group and Good Carbon, and others have indirect impacts on biodiversity. And we are an Article 9 fund, so we invest only in companies that help to achieve an economy to operate within the planetary boundaries. We published a methodology report on biodiversity, and today I'm going to mainly present what we're doing. And the idea here is assessing biodiversity is a real challenge. Those of you who have tried to do this or do this know how this is how complicated this is. And that's why we would like to engage in a discussion with the wider public, scientists, and also startups on how to move this forward. And that's why I think it's important to share this knowledge. And that's why today I would like to present what we are doing. Yeah, and hopefully to engage in discussions afterwards on how we can improve things. And if you have a different view on things, also, to discuss this one. So why does biodiversity assessment matter? I think we all know the value of biodiversity. We all go hiking, we all go to the nature. But if we look at data, we can see certain things. This graph here is from the Planetary Health Check. That's a report that was published just a couple of weeks ago from the Potsdam Institute of Climate Impact Research. And this report assesses the state of our planet in terms of the planetary boundaries. So they define 9 planetary boundaries that present the fundamental safeguards of our existence. And biodiversity is one of them. And this graph is taken from this report that was just published now. And you can see here how species were driven to extinction in the last 500 years. You can see that different species are affected by different degree, but what is very obvious and evident here that you can see is there's an acceleration happening. So you can see, especially in the last 100 years, the number of species that went extinct accelerates. We now already reached a speed of extinction that we have seen last time in the last mass extinction event. This is when a meteorite hit our planet. That's when the dinosaurs went extinct. And we're already at the same speed of extinction. So looking at our impact on nature, this graph here shows you an indicator that measures how much we extract from what nature produces, okay? So you see the planetary boundary there, and in the last 100 years, we were always above that. So this indicator tells you we are extracting too much from nature. This is not our footprint. This indicator is rather the intensity of our actions. So if the footprint is the area that we need, this is how hard we step on where we step, okay? And we can see here that this is ever increasing as well. So this trend is also going into the wrong direction and is well beyond the planetary boundary. This development is unevenly distributed. We can see here a global map, and you can see here in the red shaded areas where things have worsened. And this is mainly all around the globe, maybe except for some parts of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And what we can also see here that the worst developments can be observed in areas where there was the highest increase in populations, let's say, for instance, Nigeria, South Asia, for instance, southern China, and where also we can see a lot of increase in agriculture or grazing for animals. You can see here in Brazil, for instance, southern Brazil, we have a huge increase in pressure on nature. If we take a closer look on the area, so our footprint, this graph shows you how natural forests have evolved in the last 100 years, and if we are above the planetary boundary. You can see here all these forested areas around the globe, colored from yellow to red, orange, and dark purple, and you can see here all the forests already exceed the safe operating space. So all the forest areas globally are in a, let's say, at least increasing risk zone or high risk zone. And again, these planetary boundaries present the fundamental baseline of our existence, right? So we are exceeding them. And you can see here, we do this globally. So what drivers are there that drive biodiversity loss? I've mentioned a few, like land use and land use change. So land use is the intensity of land use, and land use change is how much land we use, right? We've seen this, that this is accelerating globally. A second very important contributor to the loss of biodiversity is the introduction of invasive species. This can happen intentionally or unintentionally. For instance, an intentional introduction of a new species is we raise salmons in aquacultures in Scandinavia. And these salmons escape and they mix with natural salmons or endemic salmons. And this puts a lot of pressure on endemic salmons in Scandinavia, for instance. Unintentional introduction of species happens, for instance, in New Zealand, where we introduced a lot of rats that put a lot of pressure on birds that build their nests on the ground. So this can happen intentionally or unintentionally, but invasive species is one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss globally. And of course, climate change. We all know that changing climates affect weather patterns, and this affects then habitats, availability of water, climate extremes present a challenge to the environment, as well as, of course, ocean acidification triggered by climate change. So rising temperatures affect the pH level of the oceans. And this is a main challenge for all calcifying organisms in the ocean, such as corals and mollusks. So these animal species will be driven almost to extinction if this pursues this warming that we see at the moment. The fourth main driver is pollution. So as we all know, plastic pollution is a very prominent topic. It was also discussed widely here. And of course, the use of agrochemicals and pesticides. So these are just a few examples of how pollution affects biodiversity negatively. And then there's the overexploration of natural resources, for instance, fishing or timber production. So these are the fifth main driver of biodiversity loss. The problem with those is they're all somewhat interconnected. So they do not act in isolation, and this then amplifies problems. But at the same time, as you can imagine, if they act together, maybe if we solve one, we can also help to solve the other, right? So let's say land use change and land use. So agriculture is a main driver of biodiversity loss. On agricultural lands, we use a lot of pesticides and fertilizers. So you can tackle basically many of those drivers if you find the right levers to pull, okay? So assessing biodiversity focuses mainly on trying to understand the impact on these 5 drivers. And yeah, in the following slides, I will explain you how we do this. And yeah, now we dive into the rabbit hole of impact assessment. So I grouped the main methods that are out there into 3 methods. So there's one is monitoring. So you can have monitoring tools such as surveys, eDNA, audio samples, and so on, that tell you how much biodiversity is available or is in a certain area, okay? These methods, yeah, are a direct indication of how much biodiversity is there where you observe the land. They're qualitative assessments. So I mentioned the 5 drivers. So you can have list-based approaches where you link those drivers with impacts. Let's say agriculture, use a lot of fertilizer, and then you know, okay, this creates pollution, has a negative impact on biodiversity. So these qualitative assessment methods are first an easy check to avoid negative impacts and also to promote positive ones, okay? And then there are quantitative ones. Most of them are related to life cycle assessment. I'm going to show you in a second what this is about. But basically, these methods try to put numbers on this. So you try to quantify the impact on biodiversity. So understanding what impact do we have on the 5 drivers of biodiversity loss. This is the main intention of these methods, okay? You can see here, life cycle assessment is a method to assess everything usually within a production chain or within a supply chain of a company. So you assess the raw material supply, transportation, processing, end of life, whatever happens within a supply chain is assessed using life cycle assessment, okay? So you assess this by getting an understanding of where the supply chain is located, how it looks like, and then you quantify all material flows in the system, all energy flows, resources going in, and emissions going out, okay? And this can be done for your system, but you can also look at systemic changes. And if you think of, if you're a founder of a startup company or you're in a larger corporate and you produce products or you offer a service, and these services and products will eventually change something in the market. So it's not just about your supply chain, but also what does your product do once it's in the market, or your service. You might incentivize people to eat less meat, for instance, or you have a more sustainable packaging that changes waste streams out there, less microplastic and so on. So there's lots of systemic impacts that happen outside of your supply chain or outside of your boundaries. And life cycle assessments can be used to assess these. And when we look at investment opportunities, we look at both. We look at what does the company do and also what happens outside of the system boundary, okay? And often, from my experience, the biggest impact, positively or negatively, happens outside of the system boundaries of a company. So look beyond your supply chain. Look what is triggered by your approach, your solution. And this is usually where you can see also very large impacts. To complicate things a bit more, I will just want to show you here, in lifecycle assessments, use a lot of indicators that eventually feed into biodiversity. This is just to show you a lot of different indicators feed into this. So it's a very complex process of understanding all of this, but there are scientific methods you can use, so you shouldn't be afraid of them. Unfortunately, there are many of them. I just want to show you the complexity of it. Don't want to go into the details here. There are lots of methods, and this is one part of the problem, so there's no standardization yet, okay? For carbon footprinting, we have a standard, we have standards to assess this. In biodiversity assessment, we have this, okay? It's a challenge, yes. And if you want to assess biodiversity, you will run into this problem, but happy to chat about it. So to summarize, the pros and cons. So basically, if you do these quantification assessments, you can use life cycle assessment because it is a scientific method to assess it, okay? You can apply this to almost any product or service. That's an advantage. So it's not just for business models that seek to improve biodiversity, and that's important, right? You can assess the impact on biodiversity of any product or service, no matter if you focus on biodiversity or not. And that's also important to understand. The good thing is also a lot of people work on this, so you're not alone. And that means methods improve on an almost daily basis, I would say. And yeah, some drivers can be assessed: climate change, land use, and pollution. There are some cons to it. This requires time and effort. That's a clear limitation of it. And of course, data is a big problem. So if you think of biodiversity impacts, they're very much localized, right? So biodiversity is a local phenomena. And if you pollute somewhere, it very much depends on where you pollute, what animals are around there, what plants. And so you need localized data, which is often not available, okay? Some methods need further refinement. Not all of the drivers can be assessed. For instance, invasive species are not covered yet fully. And because of those limitations, it's rather generic than explicit. But let me get into the best practices and the added value and recommendations out of what I've just presented to you. So the best practices, in my opinion, is take a closer look at systemic impacts. So if you want to understand your implications on biodiversity, look at what your company does, what your idea will provoke, but have a wider image, okay? Think about what systemic impact you might create. Do you incentivize people to change their behavior? Do you provide a product that incentivizes people to change their behavior, for the positive or the negative? So these systemic impacts overall will be very crucial to understanding your impact on biodiversity. Whenever possible, you should try to use regional data, okay? That's not always available. If it is, it's nice, use it. Because it's complicated and time-consuming, I think one of the best things to do is prioritize. So understand where the biggest impacts are and then work on those ones, okay? Don't be paralyzed by how complex this is. This is complex, this takes time, but if you prioritize, you can start with a rough assessment and then drill deeper, okay? And even a rough assessment is better than no assessment, so at least it gives an indication, right? This is not the single truth. It just gives you some indication on hotspots and how to improve things. And that's why starting with something is better than not starting at all. Sharing is caring, and collective efforts. I wrote this because everyone is struggling with this. We are ourselves struggling with this. It took us a long time to figure out how to do this. And I think there's still learnings to be done on our end, and I think everybody else faces the same problem, right? And ultimately, we all collectively need to work on the same goal. We need to help nature to thrive again. So to do this, we need to share our knowledge and also failures, right? So and the challenges. And it's not easy to share them, but I think it's worth doing so. And also this means understanding the limitations of what you do, right? I mean, you have some rough assessments. They are somewhat limited in what you can tell about it, but at least it's a starting point. You understand where the impact might lie in your company, okay? So yeah, share these ideas and your failures and also your successes, of course. And then everybody will benefit. What is the added value? So if you do this, you will understand where your hotspots and key drivers of biodiversity impacts lie, okay? You understand the pressures, I mentioned this. Another one I haven't mentioned yet is transparency and legal requirements. So if you work in the finance industry, you have the SFDR that's relevant for you. And the SFDR requires you to assess the impact of your investments if you're an Article 9 fund. And then, of course, then you would need to do some assessments also in terms of biodiversity. The CSRD is an important topic for companies that's upcoming, and also the CSRD requires companies to report on biodiversity. And of course, if you can quantify this, even better. Another added value is, if you do this, it creates awareness in your organization, right? I mean, we are working with early stage startups, and we see when they start to internalize the thinking of impact, for them it's much easier to bake this into their DNAs and how to keep this in their sight when developing business strategies or new products, okay? So the earlier you start implementing this into your business in general, the better it is, because you create awareness, you build capacities, and you will need data. And whenever you start early doing this from the start on, it's much easier for you to do this, to have the data always at hand, okay? This will become handy. And of course, you work on the most critical challenge of humanity we face at the moment. So let me close with the following recommendations. So most importantly, I would say start now. So the best moment to start doing this was yesterday, but the second best is today, okay? So yeah, start looking into biodiversity. This is a challenging problem we're facing, and yeah, we need to start doing this. And even though it's complex, do it, okay? I know that you can get paralyzed by complexity. We also did this sometimes, but we have to do this, right? I mean, we have to get a better understanding. So yeah, better start today or tomorrow. Again, start with estimates, okay? It's better than nothing. It's complicated if you want to have the full picture, but resources and time is constrained in most cases. But then start with the important aspects, or the ones you consider important, because while doing so, you will understand what are the most important contributors. Then, of course, build capacities and knowledge early on. We are working a lot with startups, and we see this, I can repeat this again. If these startups are mission-driven and work early on with impact data, they understand what kind of data they need. And this is not just data that is an add-on to know about sustainability, but later on, in many cases, sustainability is a key driver for their economic success, okay, if you are a green tech company. So having the right data at hand helps you to define the right KPIs in your company, to see, to track if you are performing how you want to perform. And only doing so will help you also to develop then sustainable business models, okay? If you want to improve biodiversity, you should prioritize hotspots. I mentioned this, it's a vast topic. Focus on those ones where either you have the biggest impact or where the most critical endangered species are when you're acting somewhere where this is the case. Fifth, don't shy away from challenges. So we will face a number of challenges, very hard ones, and yeah, that's part of the game. So try to solve them, and yeah, most importantly, share your learnings with others. Again, I think this is one of the most important things here. Most people fail doing this, biodiversity assessments on a full-fledged scale, but this is normal, everybody does, okay? This is just the best way to do it, and if we share our learnings and needs, we will make this better collectively. Thanks.
Benedikt, thank you. That was really insightful, very helpful. We do have some time for Q&A, so please use this opportunity now as Benedikt is here. I know it's very hard to see everyone. First question actually comes from me because I was wondering, you could probably open a whole consultancy on this, but you're an impact investor. How does this knowledge flow into your investment process and pipe, and how do you support startups with that at what stage?
Yeah, okay. So we do these assessments pre-investment. So whenever before investing, we have numbers at hand where we have an estimate of the impact, and only if the estimate shows a substantial positive impact, we would invest. Okay, and this is no matter how economically successful a company would be, if there's no environmental positive impact, we wouldn't invest. That's a no-go. Once we did these assessments in the DD, we deepen them again, assess different scenarios, and also see risks if there are risks involved, and then once invested, we assist our portfolio companies. So we do these life cycle assessments. You can see those reports on our website. We provide them to support our portfolio companies, but also to make transparent how we made this decision, right? Because we want to share what we decided on impact-wise, why we decided for this company. So, and this is support for these companies. And we also offer them to update these calculations on a regular basis, because we can see, as I just said, often sustainability and economic success are closely tied to each other, especially for green tech companies. So they are very much interested in having updated data because they understand the positive impact of their solution. They can use this to get customers. We see this a lot in the packaging space, but also if you sell carbon credits or you're somehow in the carbon credit space, your own emissions are a direct cost factor that you have, right? Because you can sell less credits. So there's always a very close link between sustainability and economic performance. And that's why we want our portfolio companies to have a best understanding of the impact, and that's how we assist them. And then on a wider perspective, yeah, I'm standing here talking about it. We want others also to talk with us, to learn how this can be done better, easier, I don't know. Yeah.
Super interesting. Curious to hear your questions on this topic. Can be very technical. Since we have them here, please raise your hands. We have our microphone people going around. I think you must have answered all the questions. So I'm just going to ask you the next one I had, because I'm always, oh, there's one. Yep. Here in the up.
Hi, first of all, thank you so much for the information. It was super interesting. I was wondering, so I guess for the first assessment, you do probably attributional LCAs assessments. Do you use consequential LCAs, so changes in the system, in order to, let's say, define milestones throughout the investment process?
That's a technical one, yes.
Sorry.
So yes, we do consequential LCAs as good as possible. I mean, there's limitations to it, right? I mean, we don't build full-fledged economic models, but as I mentioned, we try to understand the systemic impacts. And one example where this matters is startups that use waste streams somehow, because often I think when startups speak to me, they have an understanding and think, okay, using a waste doesn't have any impact, okay? But usually these wastes are used somehow. Somebody produces compost out of them, burns them to produce energy, and so on. So if you start using them, this original function will disappear, right? So, and understanding what's the impact of this function to disappear or somebody else stepping into the market to fulfill this function is a systemic impact that we take into consideration. And that's why I said often important things happen outside of what the company does.
Super interesting. Do I see more arms here, more hands raised? Where's our next question? Oh, yes, there in the back.
Cool, thank you so much for this nice presentation. My question is, how do you handle the gap of geo-specific data? So if you use LCA data to look on impact regarding nature, it's not so easy to get a match between good LCA data and geo-specific data. So any best practice thoughts from your side? Thank you so much.
Yeah, we cannot overcome this problem. I mean, it's clear. We have to work with the data that's available. What we do is, I think the most important part is communicating the uncertainties related to it, right? I mean, often you have to make assumptions or to use data which is not exactly what you need, and then you have to think of, okay, is this representative somehow, or if not, what's the impact, right? And understanding if this what you do is a conservative, let's say, estimate, or is it too optimistic? And I think communicating this openly, I think there's no other way to doing this. I mean, we cannot solve this problem. Hopefully, sometime all these eDNA companies will solve this.
Looking around. Who else wants to know something from Benedikt? Okay. I think we're really good. What else? What's on the horizon for Planet A then? To give us a quick outlook before we...
some more investments?
Do you have a next fund coming up? Where are you in your current
We are thinking about it, yes.
What do we need to know?
Yeah, of course, we are thinking about one. So,
okay, so not too much disclosure there.
No, but impact-wise, I can tell you something. So we are now trying to update our assessment method to assess all 9 planetary boundaries, to have this fully covered in our assessment method. Yeah, that's something we work on a technical basis to improve things.
Super. Thank you so much. Unless I'm seeing any other hands, but I don't think I do. So please put them just together for the applause. Thank you, Benedikt. That was really, really good. We will continue here with something that Planet A does as well, but we're going to put it here on stage in a panel format, and we're going to talk about impact investing. And when I was doing research and really preparing for this panel, I learned a new abbreviation, to be very honest with you. It's UHNWI. So what does UHNWI stand for? It's ultra high net worth individuals. These are the people that have a pocket that is valued at more than 25 million US dollars. And our next panel moderator, who comes from PricewaterhouseCoopers, has been dealing with that kind of people for over 17 years. Big family offices and ultra high net worth individuals. But we're not going to obviously talk about art investments, real estate, and what other investments they could possibly do with all that money, because I think it's really, really striking how a new investment sphere has been coming about that does find that beautiful balance of not doing philanthropy just for the sake of putting your money towards a good cause, and not only doing investment for the cause of that numeric gain, but bringing those two together. And this is where we are at this beautiful space of impact investing. We're going to unpack this in a big panel. So I think you guys deserve the time because you have so much to talk about, and I can't wait to hear how and what way we're going to learn about impact investing. So please put your hands together now for PwC's Head of Family Office Services, Stefan Gerwert. Thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion on bridging finance and purpose. Well, I must say I'm very positively surprised to see so many here in the room because it's the second day of the Impact Festival. It's the afternoon and you're still here, which is amazing. It shows you really do care about impact investing, so thank you for that. What we have put together today in the next 30 minutes, I will invite up on stage 4 panelists, and they're all stakeholders in the impact investing space. We'll talk a little about their roles, the challenges they face, but most importantly, at the end, we want to talk about what does it take to drive this space forward, because that's why we're all here today. So, looking at the time, we only have 30 minutes. I hear we have a break after, so maybe we can do a little longer. But let's invite the first one. I just look here in the corner. Katrin, please come up on stage. Katrin is our bank representative today, and Katrin will show us that banks not only care about money, but also about our future. That's good. The next one, Angela. Angela, please come up on stage. Angela is our consultant, and she, is oftentimes needed in the wild world of ESG and sustainability. Next up, Espen. Espen is our investor up on stage today, and he will show us that ROI can stand both for return on investment and return on impact. And last but not least, Marcus. Marcus has a double role kind of as a stakeholder, both being a beneficiary in a sense and an investor himself. And he will show us that while money is important, it's people who make it matter in the end. So welcome to all of you, and let's get this started. First question we discussed, it doesn't make sense that I introduce you. You will introduce yourselves. And the first question already to you, next to the introduction, would be what has drawn you to the impact space? Katrin. Please.
First of all, thank you very much for having us, Stefan.
Sure.
So I'm a philanthropy advisor at UBS. That means I have a double hat. So I work with clients of UBS on strategic philanthropy, but I also work with UBS Optimus Foundation, so the foundation of UBS, where we support projects in education, health, and climate and environment, primarily in the Global South. What attracted me to impact investing, I warned you already, I want to tell a short story.
Be a long story.
You were worried I would start it when I was 5 years old. I'm not going to do that. But I do want to take you for a brief trip to Zambia. If you go there at this time of the year, in the rural areas, you see the people preparing the houses for the rainy season. And they can't afford anything but collecting straw and putting it on the roofs. Of course, that's not very durable. So I had the pleasure to meet a social entrepreneur who would employ waste pickers to collect the plastic which was dumped in nature and transform these into tiles and sell it for a very cheap price to these rural farmers. And of course, that's more durable solution for them. But most important, it's also a very viable and sustainable business model, having a social and economic impact at the same time. And I think it's solutions like that which really work on the ground that inspire me. And I think that's what we need to scale with impact investing.
Very interesting. Angela.
Yes, before coming to PwC and building up a Center of Excellence on Sustainable Finance, I was director of the Forum for Sustainable Investment, which did a lot of also advocacy work for sustainable investments, and was then very positively surprised when the EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan was published in 2018 and all the EU Sustainable Finance Regulation wave started. Now, while there is also some criticism, of course, of the regulation, I think it was very positive that it brought the issue of sustainable finance so much in the forefront of the public debate. And yeah, that is really what brought me also to believe in the power of investors actually in doing good.
Thanks to PwC for having me. My name is Espen Dahl and I work for a family office. I have not always worked for a family office. I started my career in impact investing back in the mid-90s in the UK. I've been through renewable energy, I've been through life sciences, consulting, and ended up in social impact investing. And to me, that is one of the true underinvested areas of impact. And unless we get a just transition for all, I think we're going to struggle to reach our other impact goals. For me, it really unlocks the potential of the other impact areas. Personally, I got attracted to it because my father started an NGO back 60 years ago, where he delivered medical care to the hardest to reach people in Bangladesh and places like that. So it's always been part of my DNA. And to me, to be able to bring the best of me, my heart and my mind to work at the same time really is super exciting.
Thank you for being here. My name is Markus Witzke from Hoffnungsträger Foundation or Hoffnungsträger Stiftung. I'm the CEO since about 11 years. And what brought me to impact investing was a meeting at that time when I started over there, that we discussed the opportunities of foundations just giving away the typical grant we are having every year, which is a fair sum to many, but also the larger opportunities to take some of our capital, which was whatever at various banks, and use that for investing that into causes or real estate or whatever we will show you later on, and to make an impact as well out of the direct investment. And that really thrilled me to say, okay, can I take a few millions every year, or can I take a much larger amount to really change the world? So that brought me to impact investment. And we have seen after 10 years that it seems that really works.
All right, thank you so much. All right, jumping in, Espen, I want to start with you. So when you go onto the website of FIRD, and even though we have met now and talked about it a lot, I still pronounce it wrong probably, but which I recommend you all do, you will find that FIRD is a family-owned investment company. As you say, some might say it's a family office as a classification. You're super transparent about the things you do. You will see that FIRD does a lot of impact. You have a great vision to create enduring value and leave clear footprints. As a family and family office, you wouldn't have to do any of that. Why are you so transparent, and why that focus on impact?
I think it comes down to the ability to survive through change. FIRD has a 175-year history, 5th and 6th generation owners. I'm not part of the family, for full disclosure. But it means that you have to manage through changing societal contracts. The origin of the money in the FIRD system is tobacco. That was fine 30 years ago, but it isn't now. And being honest about it, we are going to manage through more changes coming. And in order to be positioned for that change, you really have to understand and embrace change. So for us, that is part of it. And the voluntary accountability is also part of it. We have a responsibility to our future generations, not just in the family, but future generations of being good custodians. And for us, it's part of the DNA. We professionalize, we share, and we try to inspire others. And that's probably why I'm here.
All right, yeah, it is. And the second question that goes hand in hand, obviously not everybody, me neither, has hundreds of millions of euros to spend. So what would you recommend for people with a more normal amount of wealth to do in the impact space when they want to get active?
To me, I think it's about finding a problem that you care deeply about, something that really matters to you individually, and then to understand the root causes of that problem, and maybe to find some local ways and some local partners where you can manage and invest in the change. You see something like a different future, a different horizon than what we currently have, and you get involved actively, bring other people in, and try to move towards that change. It doesn't have to be large scale. That's the beauty of it, especially on the social side. You can pilot and experiment with very little money. It's super well received, and lots of other people will join you on the way.
Mm-hmm. Very beautiful. And local, thinking about more local projects, also here in Germany, obviously thinking of you and what you do at the Hoffnungsträger Stiftung. Don't you have a potential investment opportunity for us?
Yeah, I think we tested over time several ideas. We started with a kindergarten in Berlin, which we did as first impact investment, so kindergarten in a really special area where people with high needs are, and we thought that might be a concept. But my kindergarten is, obviously everybody knows it, but later on we said, okay, what can we do which is more unique? And then it became to the topic of social housing and refugee integration, where we started a concept integrating both, means we call it Houses of Hope, or in German Hoffnungshaus, as a concept and a building. We will probably see the picture quite on the screen, or not.
Okay.
Now we got it. So you can see that's one of the centers. We actually have 10 of them in southwest Germany, now going to other states. But the idea was not the house. The first thing was we want to have a social solution. And to make that happen, we started building our own houses with a special concept to say we want affordable housing, we want it in a wooden construction. They should be done fast, and they should be as impact investment, because we want to use our own money to make that happen and pay for the social work, but the real estate investment should bring us the money we have invested over there back. And that really worked out. I mean, that took a while, but then we saw the idea of housing people, and it's a mix in this concept of refugees with Germans living together in the same house with a very unique concept that really made a change because of social society. But on the other hand, it's also an impact investment which other investors are following. So that was the idea. The idea was not coming from the impact investing side. The idea was, what is the social problem we need to solve? And I mean, with our money, we could have built one house and say, that's the lighthouse. Everybody shall come and see it. I love more the idea. I'm not a really fan of lighthouses. They have a very limited radius. So I know 35 kilometers is the maximum radius you can see the light of a lighthouse, which is okay. I mean, but first idea was, let's do it in the state of Baden-Württemberg, and in Baden-Württemberg, 35 kilometers is nothing. So it means we have it now from the Lake of Constance to up in the northern part. We built up these centers now going to Bavaria and Rhineland-Pfalz as the next, and show how this may happen and what is changing in our society. And you know, integration of refugees is a highly political issue. I think I don't need to say anything about that topic. It's nearly every day in the news. But to show how to make a difference, that's what we want to do over here, with impact investment as well.
Great. Angela, moving to you. Obviously, as a consultant, I include myself, we have the benefit of working with many different stakeholders, projects, and so forth. So one could say we have like a bird's eye view on the ecosystem, at least more than others maybe. What would you say from your point of view? What are the key trends that you currently perceive, and maybe also regulatory changes in the space?
Well, I think, first of all, it's important to distinguish between ESG investment and impact investment. The regulatory side has focused more on the ESG investment side. And just to explain a bit the difference again, I think ESG investment has an impact on the companies that investors actually have in their portfolios. So it is kind of indirect impact. The aim is to improve the sustainability performance of the companies the investors are invested in. For example, by excluding certain investments, for example, fossil fuel investments from the portfolio, or also, which has very big impact, engaging with the companies they are invested in with the aim of improving their sustainability performance. And on the other hand, impact investment is more, as we've heard just now, about investing in concrete projects on the ground with the aim of making a societal and environmental impact with that particular project or investment. And with regard to the regulation, or also maybe the overall ecosystem of sustainable investments at the moment, I see two key trends. One is a focus more also on transition finance, because based on the insight that it's not only about redirecting financial flows in already green companies or already green projects, but actually about supporting those companies that are on a transition, that maybe already have a net zero transition plan, but are not there yet, so providing them with finance to achieve that. That's the one trend. And the other trend I see is that there is also some focus on anti-greenwashing. So there is also some work to do with regard to enhanced compliance, governance checks, to preserve kind of the integrity also of sustainable investments. Because there was this huge trend. Everybody wanted to invest sustainably in the last years. And sometimes it was not very transparent what the actual criteria was of that sustainable investment.
But in the form of anti-greenwashing, I think you're active in that space, right?
Yeah,
or PwC.
so I think it's very important for companies to kind of bring their house in order, and that goes beyond the financial product level itself. It's also about, of course, good risk management, also sound compliance and governance processes. But even like marketing is important, that you actually practice what you preach, that when you sell the fund, that you also keep to what the fund actually includes. And then there's also some new regulatory moves with the ESMA guidelines on fund names, that funds have to fulfill certain thresholds of sustainable investments in order to be able to call themselves sustainable. So we've also developed kind of an AI-based tool to check the funds whether they fulfill this criteria.
Maybe we'll touch on that in the last question. Last but not least, turning to you, Katrin. As said in the beginning, oftentimes financial institutions are perceived to be obviously maximizing or focused being on maximizing returns. How has UBS first as a bank adapted to maybe the change in sentiment amongst clients and people? And what specifically is the role of the UBS Optimus Foundation that you represent?
So as a bank and wealth manager, we are in close conversation with our clients, and indeed we see huge demand for impact. 90% of our clients are really serious about philanthropy and impact. And Angela, you already described or differentiate between ESG and impact investing. What I want to do is I want to open up some shades of impact investing. What I would say is there's investing with impact. So this is more traditional investments where you would require market-based return alongside an impact. And on the other side, investing for impact. So where it's really impact first, and as an investor, you would be fine also with a below market rate return. And that's exactly what we do with UBS Optimus Foundation, that we take this impact first approach when we do also traditional grants, but also direct investments in social enterprises, and also when we offer blended finance funds. And I think that's also the sweet spot of being a foundation inside a bank, is that we can set up such solutions, such blended finance funds. For example, we're closing end of this year the SDG Outcomes Fund, which we have developed together with asset management colleagues. So we have a philanthropic tranche and investment tranche that we bring here together to support SDG-aligned projects.
Interesting. We just talked before the session also to give you a couple of, or one number on the UBS Optimus Foundation. So it just makes it easier also for UBS clients to invest into philanthropy and impact. And last year you collected 350 million euros from UBS clients, right?
Well, that's then combined clients plus what we do as Optimus Foundation is that we kind of top up or match the grants of the clients. That's kind of 10% that's usually given by UBS, topping up the 100% of the clients.
But I still find it inspiring to see, all right, how much, obviously, as a collective, how much can be done, because it's a big amount, right? When you mentioned, going back to the outcomes fund that you mentioned, can you elaborate a little more on the topic of outcomes-based financing? What do you mean?
Yeah, so this fund is specifically called SDG Outcomes Fund. And what we mean here is that the financial return is entirely based on the social impact. So that works that we have predefined outcomes, which are then measured and verified by like external evaluators. And then we see how much impact was actually achieved. So in addition to an investor, we have an outcomes payer who comes in and then pays kind of a top up based on how much impact was essentially generated. In the case of the SDG Outcomes Fund, it's a 100 million fund. So we have 15 outcomes contracts which are supported with that fund. And I think it's a very important approach, because what we're trying to do here is really try and build more a market and support the impact economy by trying to also put a price tag on impact, which is of course is very challenging. But I think it's really an approach to have also a more market-based approach to philanthropy.
Good. Going back to you two, Espen and Marcus, as we now heard, and as you obviously all know, impact investing is about being intentional, right? About having something to measure in the end. Can you maybe share one or two examples of actual KPIs or things you measure in your respective portfolios or what you do?
Espen, will you start?
Yeah, I can start. I think we try to move away from just counting things. Operational KPIs like, I don't know, in my case, how many people got a job? That's really important because it shows something about the scale on which you operate. But it doesn't say anything about the quality of impact. And it's really possible to get a job that's not meaningful, that's actually really unhealthy. You travel 2.5 hours each way and you're miserable at work. So how do you say, is that impactful? Yeah, some people in the room who feel that, yeah. No, it's, how do you measure the impact of that? So I'd like to ask the question of so what? And find ways of saying, okay, what is the change? Do we have a rate of change in people's lives or the outcomes? And it comes back to a methodology called theory of change that basically looks at what you put in and what you can count as output, but then it really looks at the outcomes and linking that to impact. So for us, we do count things, but we always try to relate to it in terms of change, desired change. And then we go back, we do less of what gives the unintended consequences, we do more of what makes the positive change. And that way you kind of optimize for the impacts.
Marcus?
I mean, just to follow up, there is always also a theory of change we are having where we do our investments. If you just look on the example which is here on the screen, means there is a KPI which is on the construction of the house, the save of carbon dioxide, so we can measure that quite exactly. The reducing of energy, pollution, so all the ecological stuff. And there's also not a huge social impact while we are doing that, means about the families, the integration. So we have soft measurements and hard, which is typically, we measure the employment rate, we measure the quality, how people learn German, but we also measure, do they have relationships outside of this community they are living? Because, I mean, integration means, for example, that people really have relations to people in society beside their own peer group of refugees and others. So we have a mixed up of both, also to motivate people, but also to see where to engage them. And that gives a whole portfolio of things we say, okay, where we go forward. And for us, I mean, that's why having 10 of these centers means also say, okay, if in one we got this level and we get in another one a different one, why does this happen so different? People are always different, but do we need to improve some of our activities in one or the others? And I think that's, I mean, it's always what I was looking for, originally working for a non-profit organization, to say, what is the outcome of what we are doing? So if you're not looking for impact, you can typically, as an NGO, run your business forever if you have somebody who is willing to pay for. So if you build that in, you say, okay, there must be something which I want to achieve. Or if anybody else is doing it better, I mean, our question is, should we give our money to somebody else beside to our own activities?
Yeah. All right. As said, the main part, we have 6 minutes remaining. We want to discuss the topic of how can we drive the space forward. So really open up the stage here. I know beforehand we've had a good discussion. What do you see as being barriers of entry for people to actually enter? Maybe especially to Germany also, who knows? What are you recommending maybe that should happen in terms of collaboration, that we see more change? So really feel free to share your thoughts. How can we move the space forward? Maybe from left to right, and then just jump in as you feel free, and maybe we can have some questions at the end.
Yeah. I think there are multiple barriers. I will leave some for you. Maybe just picking out also impact investing is usually it's high risk startups that we're looking at, and it's also high transaction costs. So like we really need to do thorough due diligence, and I think what we really need to scale impact investing is to minimize these transaction costs. So one way I see is to really pool the funding, like in the example I mentioned of this fund, and that then kind of one player takes on the due diligence, etc., but makes it more easy and more accessible for other investors to jump into impact investing.
So not be egoistical in a sense, do your own thing, but rather
exactly
collaborate, work together. Makes sense to me?
Yeah, I mean, I would fully agree with this blended finance aspect. I think for many of the sustainability investments we need, for example, also I was in a session this morning on nature and biodiversity protection, and there are, for example, protection areas that need to be financed, and this is not bankable. It's not like a clear private investment business case. So you really need kind of also new financing models to finance this type of projects. And there you have to think a bit more creatively also. So blended finance is one option, and there's also other ways of also the government to chip in to provide some guarantees also to reduce the risks. And if we want to bring this to scale, this is really what is needed.
Mm-hmm. I think I just want to jump on the bandwagon on tailored finance. Every asset class, every investment has its own risks. And what we try to do is to understand those risks and maybe give a different type of financing. So equity has certain risks, debt has certain risks. But if you, for example, instead of having a standard loan that's repayable over a certain period of time, you can do revenue-based financing, or you can do clever, creative ways of tailoring it to the needs of the investment. And that, combined with blended finance, outcome contracts, it opens up a whole new toolkit. And shockingly, only 4% of impact investors in Europe have the ability to use 4 or more of these things. More than 50% of all impact investors in Europe can only use one tool. I think this is where the family office, the private individuals who really understand and dig deep into this can play a massive role.
Yeah, have a non-regulatory kind of like area where they can be active. Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, it's definitely challenging. Give you one example, just to make it concrete. For this houses, we did one loan project. Means everybody could give us a small loan, not secured loan, only by the building, but not by regulatory. So we received about more than 100 loans for all the project. But in Germany, for example, this is limit from 5,000 to 120,000 per loan each. So it makes it simple for everybody who wants, even people give a small investment into a cause, they can really, it's next to their door, probably. But in Germany, it's limited, for example, to 2.5 million in total, or you need a bank license. Hey, come on, as a social foundation, and I want to go and become a bank or something else. So we have, if it comes to real estate, 2.5 million is not really that much. So we have a lot of regulatory limitations, even to let participate people. You are quite stretched. So that's one case which limits you, even to want to take a lot of other people's joining that effort.
Very interesting. Anything else anyone wants to add? Otherwise, I see there's 1 minute left. The good thing is we have a break after this. So I heard before that if you have any questions to the panel or myself, but please to the panel, then please raise your hand, and there's probably a microphone going around in case you have a question. If not, that's fine as well. The good thing is we're right on time, so the break is all yours. Thank you so much for your interest, for your attention, for being here, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and input. And yeah, round of applause, please.
Thank you very much for coming here. I really appreciate it. I've seen some of your faces, but I must say that you've received some coffees when you were there. So I really appreciate that without getting a coffee, that you're still listening and that you're here. Actually, I thought because accounting can be a bit dry, I want to start with a game with you guys. You're all invited to join. It's a Kahoot game. I don't know if you know this, but you don't need to be shy. You can start with your nickname or with your real name as you like. And it's a small competition. We have 7 questions to test your knowledge of sustainability and the coffee industry. And since we do not have a lot of time, please take your smartphone out, scan the code, or just go to www.kahoot.it. And we'll have a short, yes, nice to have you there. We have a small competition between you guys, and there's a small prize that you can win. You can actually win my shirt. Actually, not my own shirt, but you can get a new shirt. Or you can also have a kilogram of coffee downstairs for the winner. Yes. Okay. Is everybody logged in already? Okay. Then let's take one more minute. That looks beautiful. Is everybody logged in already? I think so. Yeah? Okay, so let's start. It's 7 questions, and I should say maybe that it's also about the speed of your answers. So the right answers will get the most points, but also the fastest ones. So you should be right and you should be fast in order to win something. Okay, there are more coming in. 25 people, that's great. 26, okay. Anybody else who likes to join in who hasn't had the chance? Okay, I think we can start. We're good to start. Okay, 27. Okay, I think we should start now. 28. Anybody else? Okay, we should start. So the first question of the day for the first quiz at Impact Festival, I think, starts in a second. And the first question is, how many beans are in a coffee cherry? Is it A, 1 bean? Is it B, 2 beans? Is it 3, 4 beans? Or is it answer C, 40 beans? And please put in your answers on your smartphones. Again, the fastest one wins. And we've got 27 answers. There's one missing, I guess. Okay, it was true, yeah? You've got 2 beans is right, and some of you got it right. And Chiapas, actually, is there somebody from Mexico? Because Chiapas is a region in Mexico? No? Okay. It's first, very good, 961 points. Let's go to the next question. I think the principle is clear. Which drink is consumed the most in Germany? Is it A, beer, B, wine, C, water, or is it D, coffee? It's a very tough question when it's a coffee presentation, right? Most of you guys had it right, but Mario is first. Okay, very good, Mario. Third question. The global coffee consumption continued to rise in 2023. Is that true or is it false? So do you think that coffee is drunk more in 2023 than in the year before? One more second. Okay, that's true. It's totally right. I think the answers are too easy. Chiapas is leading the game. Okay, the fourth question, we're in the halftime. How much water is actually used on average per cup in coffee cultivation? Is it A, 40 liters, or is it B, 80 liters, or is it C, 140 liters, or D, 200 liters? You've got 6 more seconds. Okay, that's true, 140 liters. Maybe some of you have been at our booth where I also pointed that out. Most of you got it right. It's 140 liters. Okay, we've got one expert here. Very good. 2 more questions. Actually, no, 3 more questions. As a result of climate change, the area under coffee cultivation is expected to double, to halve, or is it supposed to remain the same as a result of climate change? Five more seconds. Do you think there will be more space to cultivate coffee in the future or less? Half. That's exactly right. Most of you got it wrong, but that was quite hard. And I think also the next questions are going to be a bit harder. It's a very close race. The second last question, and it's a multi-select question. You can have multiple answers. So the living income should cover the costs for food, education, clothes, or medical care, or everything. That's right, yeah, I think it's actually all of them. And Mario is leading the game again. Okay. How many questions do we have? The last question, okay, so the winner will be seen in a moment. The market share for fair traded coffee in Germany is it 2%, 4%, 6%, or 8%? What do you think? It's 6%. Okay, there was a close tie. Some said B, and 6% is right. Yeah, so the market share is only 6% in Germany. So let's see who won. Number 3, Mario. Oh, okay, so we will have another number 1. Number 2, Jonas. And number 1, I think I know who it's going to be. Javas, okay. Can you hold up your hand and who you guys are? Really? Are you number 1? Oh, wow, okay. And number 2, number 3? Very good, okay. So congratulations. I think, can we switch the presentation? And does it work? Yeah. So thank you very much for participating. I hope that was more entertaining introduction. Why did we actually play this short game? By the way, for the 3 winners, I don't have the gifts for you guys. Please come down with me to the booth after the presentation, and then I can give you a shirt or coffee or whatever you feel to be more valuable for you. So why did we actually play the game? I wanted to also reflect for yourself what the coffee market is about, because I think it's a great blueprint for the food industry on the whole. And what we've seen was that the coffee industry is under a lot of pressure. On the one hand, we've got a rising market, a rising demand in coffee. On the other hand, there's a lot of damage that it causes. Yeah, we've seen the example of the water waste, but also the climate change has an effect on the coffee industry. And so, there is a lack of transparency among consumers, and I think this is something because we've seen that only 6% of the market is fair traded, and just because there's such a negative effect in the coffee industry, it should actually be a much bigger market share. But because it's not going to be only about coffee today, when we look at the food industry on the whole, there have been several studies of how hidden costs have affected that. And when there have been several studies, so the European Commission has featured one study that shows that when we buy food for just €1, what we should actually pay is €3. In that study, they figured out that the externalities, the hidden costs that we're just going to talk about in a minute, the hidden costs like climate change, soil pollution, water pollution, but also underpayment, were estimated to be double, 19.8 trillion for the food per year on the whole, although we've just paid $9 trillion. So in theory, what is actually a true price? In theory, the true price is the market share of a product plus the ecological costs and the social costs, meaning ecological costs being like climate change, water pollution, soil pollution, and social costs being the underpayment of farmers and discrimination. All that together, market price plus ecological and social costs, are the true price of a product. What you want to achieve with a true cost accounting standard or with true pricing is that we want to have more transparency on the one hand, so that you as consumers, and me as a consumer, that we can make future-proof buying decisions. The other goal is that we try to prevent, reduce, and remediate those external costs so that the future product, the target product, has a lower negative effect on the environment and the people. And there's quite a strong message behind this whole idea of true cost accounting that I found very, very interesting when I first heard about it. It's the idea that when we, for example, look at the coffee market, that if all the players in the industry would show their true costs, if they would show their externalities and internalize them, then the one brand would be the cheapest that has the least negative effects. And I think this is the way where we should go forward, and this is the way our economy should be like. So what we tried with Tuesday is that we wanted to create a blueprint for that. That it's not only about coffee, but maybe one day it's also going to be something else. Maybe it's going to be other food stuff or something different. But with coffee, we wanted we regarded this as a vehicle because it's an easy product. It's just a mono product with just one ingredient. And maybe one day it's going to be something else. Maybe something about
I first heard about the true price standard or true cost accounting when I was at a barista workshop. And over there, I've learned for the first time that we use these 140 liters of water just for 1 cup of coffee. And I then figured out, well, that there's really a lack of transparency. Nobody really knew about it. Of course, there's an organic standard. There's also a fair trade standard. But I wasn't aware, and I haven't seen any other standard than just one that really tackled the problem of water use, and that is the true price standard. So what happened then was that I wanted to get involved. I approached several NGOs, for example, the True Price organization located in Amsterdam, who has for years figured out data. They found data, mostly secondary data. I will get into it in a moment, to figure out what the true cost should be of the product. And it took some time, it took 1 year until we got the data right, also for the coffees that we wanted to have. And 1 year later, in 2021, we launched our first coffee with a true price, the Kaweh Excelsior, which I would show you in a moment. So this is our first coffee, and you can see that there was a market price, just like in the theory before, of €4.31, but was actually not enough to pay for the living income for the farmers. So social costs occurred of €1.79. And also other ecological costs occurred, like climate change, air pollution, water pollution, land use, and further ecological costs being water use and energy use. And these amounts, those externalities, we transferred them in 3 ways. That was the solution that we found most applicable. So the social cost, the €1.79, would go to the farmer where we received the coffee from Cerro Camayo in Colombia. The parts of the cost for climate change and air pollution would go to reforestation projects, and the rest would go to the Agote specialty coffee farm in Colombia, where farmers would learn to grow coffee regeneratively. And actually, today during my time at the booth downstairs, there was a question that came up quite often, like how is this whole true price topic, or those externalities, how are they linked to the overall price of our coffee? So when you go to our online shop, you can buy a coffee for a price between $28.99 and $32.99. That's kind of the range. So when we look only on the left-hand side, what we see is the market price plus those externalities. And of course, what is not included are the internal costs. And so that's why I have this infographic on the right-hand side here. And you can see the numbers from the left side over here at the bottom. Market price is the same, social costs and ecological costs. And the others are the costs that we calculated after 1 year for the sales, marketing, logistics, and also for coffee. There's a VAT and there's a coffee tax. But we definitely rely on partners with this. Yeah. So, Mike, you said that I also calculated this, but the truth is I didn't calculate it myself. We found partners, coffee farms that we want to work with, who met the demands that we had for the quality, and then we approached the NGOs and tried to find the data, and if it worked. It didn't work for every farm because the data was not there. So one very important partner for us is the True Price organization, who mostly work with secondary data, which means that they would have a secondary, they would have a bird's eye view on an area and therefore find out what a household income should be. What is a living income? How many people live in one household? How much is education? What are the costs for medical treatments? And an alternative way is the approach that the Future Proof Coffee Collective has. We've been one of the first and only partners on roasters as a part of this Dutch collective of roasters and farmers and, traders and roasters, who really do interviews with the farms on the field. And there's there are a lot of pros and cons concerning these two approaches. The secondary data might be a bit rough and you have like this outside view, but when you collect primary data and you really do interviews with the farms, you will receive a lot of different answers, and it's really hard. So just as an example, when we had interviews with one collective in Colombia for our Huila coffee, there were 62 farmers interviewed, and it took about 7 months to get the data out. So you can see this is if you want to get first-hand data from farms, it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of energy and also a bit of money. On the other hand, we have partners like Recarb and the Agoti Specialty Coffee Farm to remediate those external costs, because those externalities are not really going into my own pocket. They go to the coffee growing regions, and those partners currently help us with the remediation. This is how Michael has actually shown it. This is our packaging for pouches, but also for bottles. By using refundable bottles that you can bring back to Rewe or to Edeka, so to supermarkets, you can receive a deposit and receive 15 cents for one bottle. So therefore, with those bottles, we prevent the costs or the damage that is caused by the standard pouches that you use. Another question that has also come up today at our booth was, what is really the difference between organic and fair trade coffee and the true price approach? To me, the true price approach is something more holistic. Organic is much better than conventional and fair trade as well, but it doesn't really have the look, well, it doesn't have the view of the whole value chain on the one hand. And when we look at organic certifications, they're different ones, but what it mostly says is that you don't use pesticides and chemical fertilizers, which is great, but on the other hand, you need a bit more space, a bit more land, for example, to grow the same amount, because your harvest would be less, and therefore land use should actually also be considered. When you look at the true price approach, you have a much, well, you see the connection, for example, between land use and the use of fertilizers. And therefore, what I enjoy about it is that you have a more holistic view, and maybe this can also one day shift, or be some kind of paradigm shift, because you can come to a different clue. And I will give you an example about this in a moment. What I like about this true price approach is, in my thinking, that although we talk about coffee, but I think that you in some way can change the way that we do business with each other, so that you as a customer, you can enjoy a coffee, pay the true price, and therefore you enable farmers to get medical treatments, education, so that they can concentrate on the quality of their product. In that case, it's all specialty coffee, so the top 5% of world trade. We, on our side as Tuesday, we want to make sure that we collect the data, prevent as much externalities as possible, so that the future true price will be lower than the one that we have today. There's also benefit, and I don't know in which industries you're working in, but I think for us there's also a strong benefit when it comes to the B2B market, because in the end you don't just have a product that has a good quality, but also with true pricing you can collect a lot of data, and this seems to be very valuable to some of our clients. Also, that's something that I've experienced in the chats that I've had here downstairs at the booth, that we can, on the one hand, show the footprint of our product, but we can also show the handprint of that product. So, for example, if you have a company and you have a certain amount of coffee that you want to have, we can actually give you valuable data about how many households have received medical treatments, or how many square meters have been reforestated, so that coffee becomes more as towards a tool of impact optimization. And I want to show you one example, although this was all about coffee, but I don't know, how many of you have heard about the penny study? Can you put up your arms for one moment? No? Okay. So 2-3 years ago, the supermarket chain, the discounter chain Penny, has shown the true prices of several foodstuff, for milk, cheese, minced meat, for example, also vegan alternatives. You can see one photograph from that for minced meat, so that you could see that the conventional price was €2.25 for a pound of minced, or 250 grams of minced meat, whereas the true price in green should have been €5.09. So this created a lot of awareness. There was a bit of criticism, but in my point of view, this was really great, because that was the first time that in the media in Germany, people and newspapers would discuss about what true prices are, and that there is something that like externalities and external costs. There's another infographic that I would like to discuss with you that shows you the difference between conventional products and organic products. And you can see here those externalities. Hopefully you can see the externalities, €2.85 for conventional mozzarella. So you can see the conventional mozzarella has much more externalities, so more ecological costs than the organic alternative. For Gouda, this is the same. The conventional Gouda has damaged the environment more than the organic alternative. It's the same also for milk. Yeah, the graph goes down. And there's one big change. For minced meat, gemischtes Fleisch, there's a change. For some reason, organic minced meat has had much higher external costs than the conventional alternative. Do you guys know why that is the case? Because usually we would all think that the organic alternative would be the more sustainable one. Do you have it?
I'd say it's because the animals live longer, so they produce more. Hey, hello. I'd say it's because the animals live longer, so they produce more greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's that's the thing. They live longer, they produce more greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore have an effect on the climate change. So now this is very critical, and it was not really shown on the media, on the news. It was an outcome of the study that was not really presented in a broader way. And I don't want to tell you, please buy conventional meat. It's best probably to not buy meat at all and not eat meat at all. What I want to say is that it's the same, it's also true for coffee. If we just look at certifications, it can be better, but what we really should have is a holistic view where climate change, land use, water waste, and soil pollution, that it's all coming together. And I think this is the big strength that a true price approach can have, so that in the end, transparency is the certification and not just one part of the whole supply chain that is made more sustainable. So yeah, thank you very much. I hope, do we have some time for a small Q&A session? I hope you have some questions. If we don't have time, please feel free to come downstairs to our booth. It's A09, and I will be there until the end and to answer your questions.
One question we can take, I think, if there's one. Yes, there's one in the back.
Thanks. Rafa from Sendifal. Thanks for the interesting talk. I was just wondering how you actually put a price tag on these externalities. So like that very first step, maybe take the example of water that you made, like how do you convert the water that you realized a coffee plant needs into the amount of euros that you put on there?
I know. The thing is that it's not actually me that is doing it, and I cannot really tell you how they do it. It's a life cycle assessment on the one hand, but it's not really my expertise. So it may be like, maybe it's a flaw. I think it's maybe an advantage that there's a neutral organization like the True Price Organization who's like a referee in between, a neutral, they're an NGO, and for them it doesn't really matter. I mean, we pay for the knowledge, for the data scientists that they have, for the data they provide, but it's actually them who decide who that is. And I'm not really deeply into that. So what we do is that we get that data and use it for the farm. So we would tell them like where we want to get the coffee from, what the farm is, how big is the farm size when it's secondary data, and they would provide the data for that.
Do we have one more question? Otherwise, Henning, I'm sure you're going to stick around for at least that short rest amount of the day. Are you guys still downstairs doing your coffees, decaf at this stage, or are you done?
No, unfortunately, we also don't have decaf coffee. Maybe that we should have that soon. I've had 2 coffees today. I think it's enough. Actually, I don't drink that many coffees a day. 2 is fine for me.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Henning. I thought that was really, really insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take your time while we are rebuilding the stage. We have now a last panel session for you with a super important topic of gender equality in finance. And our next moderator for this session, she's actually a strategic programs builder at Climate Kick, which is a EU-funded innovation agency. Super interesting, the kind of work that they are doing on the one hand. The other one, she's also a co-founder of Women X for Climate Tech and Innovation, having understood the very important role that women are playing in driving environmental and climate actions. And this is also what they are going to be discussing on this stage here right now. So please put your hands together now for the wonderful Kaweh Mansoori. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hi, good afternoon, welcome, and I'm glad to see that a few of you are still eager to learn and to listen and to be here. My name is Kaweh Mansoori. I'm one of the co-founders of Women for Climate Tech and Innovation, which, as Mike already introduced a bit, is a Berlin-based initiative where we are aiming at supporting women and increasing diversity in the climate tech and innovation ecosystem. And I'm also a program manager at EIT Climate Kick, where we're focusing on inclusive climate innovation. Today, we want to talk about gender equality in finance, powering the sustainable transformation. I think most of you will probably be aware of the gap, but just to give you a little bit of context, as you know, society is about 50-50 men and women, slightly more women even than men. But if we look at the founders, there's a totally different story. So about 20 to 30% of founders in Europe are women, depending on what kind of stats you look like. But then if you look at who of these get funding, the gap gets even bigger. So 5% of venture capital deals last year went to women-led startups, and only 1% of the total volume invested went to women-led startups. So what you can see is that first, there's not that many women who are founding startups, but even if they do, they're less likely to receive funding, and even if they do, they receive lower amounts. Today, we want to talk about why it is important that we change that, and why this is especially important in the context of the sustainable transformation. So join me in welcoming the three panelists for today, and I will introduce them when they found their seats up on stage. All right, welcome. I will start with a very short introduction of the three of you, and then I'll pass it to you for a bit of a more fun and personal introduction afterwards. So, Carmen, you're one of the co-founders and the CEO of BioVox, which is a biotech startup that focuses on producing sustainable bioplastics for the medical applications, and a big congrats on just closing your third financing round.
Thank you.
Then Gisela, you're a senior international gender and private sector expert, and you're currently consulting at the Asian Development Bank, and in your work, you're focusing on implementing a gender-inclusive approach in private sector operations and investments. And then we have Peter. Peter, you're the investment director at Impact Partners, and you're fighting for a more inclusive and sustainable society, and with a special focus on supporting underrepresented communities through finance. Let's go to that personal introduction that I just talked about. May I ask each of you to shortly introduce yourselves, and let's go beyond what everyone here can find on LinkedIn by typing in your names. Maybe you can share something fun or unexpected about you, or maybe also what motivates you to work in this sector. Let's start with you, Carmen.
Yeah, I'm Carmen, a co-founder and CEO of BioVox. My background is in mechanical engineering, so I have a background in MINT or STEM, so a female in a technical space, and then I founded a company, and now I am a female founder, which is also like under 10% of founders are female, so I'm very used to be the one person that is female in the room. But yeah, the impact is very, very strong you can have with your own company, and that's what has driven me to go that route and start my own company.
How long have you been working on your company?
We're now in the 5th year, so
Okay.
it has been quite a long time already.
Nice. Congratulations. Gisela.
Thank you. So you asked me about an anecdote, and I thought instantly, the day that I became the gender finance or the person that I wanted to be was, when in my country, I'm from Argentina. If you know, in Argentina, we've had a number of economic and financial crises over the last 5 to 6 decades. It's a dream catcher for economists studying that kind of crisis. And I was very young, and in 2001, we faced one of the most dramatic of those financial crises. I was standing in front of a commercial bank where we had our very little funds that my family had. My father had died, and my mom had no idea what to do. And we were denied access, and we lost more than half of what we had. So that's when I understood that there is, a huge handicap that many women have in understanding the implications of finance in their lives and in knowing what to do about this. I was very young, but then I knew, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to understand and try to bring solutions to this problem. Financial literacy, yeah, and economic inclusion, of course.
My name is Peter. I am originally from Ghana. I moved to Germany when I was 16 years old. I am German now. I moved to Paris 2 years ago. I don't speak French. And as you know, if you've been to Paris, it's very difficult. I moved to Paris because I'm raising the first fund on one of the most polarizing topics in our world today. And I'll leave it as a cliffhanger for later, what we're doing.
Right.
Exactly. Another fun fact, maybe I live in a house with 11 other people, all French. I don't speak French. And every year I go to a meditation center for 10 days, and I don't speak to anybody.
Maybe those things go together, right? If you live with so many people, you need the time alone for some time in between.
Probably.
All right, I already gave a bit of an introduction with the gaps and gave a few numbers. I think it's more or less the same for the private sector. My example now was from the venture capital area, but maybe you can all, from your perspectives, give a little insight of why gender equality is so important when we're talking about the sustainable transformation, and especially in fields like venture capital and private sector investments. Maybe we go the other way around. Peter.
So I believe gender equality in finance is important, especially in venture capital and the investment space. The reason being that I think when you have a diverse set of investors, you see different opportunities that you otherwise wouldn't spot. So maybe a very prime example is Zoom. So the Zoom that we use very often. The venture capital fund that invested in Zoom 2015 was called Emergence Capital. And the partner of the fund, he's actually of Argentinian origin. His name is Santi Subotovsky. Mm-hmm. And so he was the person that really led the investment, 30 million euros in Zoom back then. And the reason why he did that was because of his Argentinian background. So before Zoom, we had Skype. We all remember Skype. We had WebEx.
Barely.
Exactly. WebEx and some other solutions, right? But they were very complicated. They were very data intensive. You couldn't have them on any phone. And they were always, when you dialed in, you always had to say, can you hear me? Can you hear me? They were not reliable, right? So when Santi saw Zoom, he immediately connected it to the fact that he's been struggling to connect with his family and his friends back home, right? So in Argentina, they didn't have a lot of data. You couldn't have gigabytes nonstop. People had very, let's say, not everybody had the most modern smartphone. So when he saw that you could have Zoom on your phone and connect with the people back home easily, seamlessly, that was the moment where he said, okay, this has a powerful solution enough to transform the whole industry. So that's why he made the investment decision. So I believe if he was not who he was with his Argentinian background, who probably wouldn't have invested in Zoom, would have said what many other investors said before him, well, there's already Skype. We already have WebEx. It's already working. So this is where I think diversity really plays a role in, and this is where I think gender-based diversity would also help transforming the industry, because you get to see the opportunities, right, that a white male, just to use stereotypes, would probably not see. So this is how I see it.
Maybe that's a good moment to say that we're talking about gender equality here, right? But acknowledging, of course, that every other diversity trait is just as important. But yeah, to focus the conversation in one way, that's why we're focusing on gender equality. But of course, the equality of background, equality of religion are just as important. So thank you for raising that just at the beginning. Carmen, do you maybe want to go next?
Yeah, maybe the other way around, because if there's just one type of investor, there's also just one type of founder, and that leaves out a big part of the population, be it just the gender, but also the background in culture and also societal background, because we tend to like people that are similar to us. And yeah, I see it, for example, in our investment board or in our cap table, we have a lot of female founders in our cap table, because they also look at female founders more differently. So it's great to have a diverse founder group, because then more ideas will be brought into the into life. And for the sustainability transition, I think it's very important to not only go the same ways that we've traded like the past several years and decades, but we need new ideas, and we need a fresh approach, and we need that from several different perspectives, and therefore we need a lot of diverse founders.
And then what you said goes in, there's another layer where like the services and products that these startups develop, they're not like, if let's stay with the stereotype, if they're all white men, then maybe the solutions are also targeted at that group. And if we want to develop also inclusive products and services, then also the importance of the founding team being that diverse. So it's all kind of interconnected. Gisela?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm amazed by these two living examples of what so I work usually with private sector companies, with the Asian Development Bank, now in my 4th year with them. What we try to convince them about is to become more gender sensitive in how they operate internally, but also in how they, operate in their different markets. And what we try to do is gather as much information and evidence of why this makes sense. So we have our pitch, and we have, documented evidence. And what it says, and what we keep saying to them, is that, fund managers with diverse leadership teams tend to be more innovative, right? They tend to be more attuned to the needs of the market. They tend to support more women if there are more women that are doing this. That's what we keep saying. They tend to be more profitable. They have higher profit margins. They are more able to identify problems because they have different backgrounds, and they can, see them easily, and also find solutions in a kind of intercultural manner. They also have more chances of survival and more profitability. Financial stability is also one of the things we've seen in many different geographies happening. And another thing which is also very important, they are also very keen on reporting with quality, because they have, again, this very mixed perspective, and they understand that they need to use different types of ways of measuring their impact. So that's where we come from when we talk from the financier perspective to the private equity funds or other types of private sector companies, of why this makes sense, and we bring examples of how that happens, and here we are with them.
With this one. Perfect. Let's maybe dive right into how this could look like. maybe we stick with you, Gisela, first. How do these financial leadership and investment strategies look like if they're inclusive? What can companies actually do to design these?
Yeah.
And maybe you even have an example of when this works well, or for a corporate or a fund that worked well.
So I was thinking about different clients that we're working with, and one that sticks out is, which is actually more the exception than the rule, of course, is one fund. It's an infrastructure fund that is based in London, has offices all over Asia, and they're investing heavily in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia, in different types of infrastructure. But what really stands out from the donor perspective is that they are actually pledging, and they're making a very ostensive commitment to invest in sustainable solutions. So they have like 30% of their allocation towards investments that have to do with sustainability and environmental areas, such as, they're financing wind farms and all types of technologies. They're also very much into integrating gender equality and ESG, so environmental, social, and governance aspects in how they work. So they use, for example, a scorecard, a sustainability scorecard, when they are doing their due diligence to select the investee companies that they want to support. They do a very thorough screening of that with all of these criteria that have to do with environmental sustainability. And they also use a gender scorecard, which is now increasingly becoming more the thing, to use the scorecard to see, how these companies are doing in terms of gender equality in their leadership. How are they doing in terms of workforce distribution? How many women and men are working in these companies? What types of standards do they have for, what types of diversity policies they have internally, etc. So they use this to screen, to select their companies. They have percentages for this, and they also then use the tools for the asset management part. So they're very conscientious in all of these areas. I think that's the future. That's what, at least from the perspective of a donor, that's also what we should all be thinking about. And transparency and impact data are essential. There's no more time for, delaying this and saying, no, we're going to see what we do about this. It's now.
We heard a lot about that the last 2 days here as well, and totally agreed. I saw you nodding a lot, Peter, so is that more or less aligned with how the situation is for you as a fund, how you're doing this, or what you've seen with other funds?
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on everything you said. And I think I'll build up on what we also already mentioned. Best case scenario, or I think, let me put it this way. I said we were working on one of the most polarizing topics in Europe, and that's because we are creating the first fund in Europe, or we are soon to launch the first fund in Europe on the topic of migration. And this is only possible because I am part of the team, because I see the economic opportunity that migrants bring, or newcomers actually. So we call them newcomers. And with newcomers, we are referring to asylum seekers, refugees, first-generation migrants, because when you strip away all the politics, the social stigma, newcomers, refugees, asylum seekers, migrants, they're just new arrivals in Europe. They're new Germans, they're new Scots, they're new Italians. So when you look at it from that angle, you do not see the problem, you rather see the opportunity. What do we have to do so that the new Italians, the new Scots, the new Germans, they get access to job, they get access to education, they get access to funding, right? So this is now a topic of economic opportunity. And that's because I am allowed, I'm privileged to be part of the decision making, to be part on the board. It's a diverse board, right? We have white, women, men, me, black. So we see the opportunity like we mentioned. And so also when we look at the companies that we would like to invest in, we also see, we understand the problem they are solving, and we understand the solution they're bringing. So one example would be a company in our pipeline that is giving access to bank accounts for newcomers. If you were to pitch this to, let's say, a board of investors that are not affected by this problem because they have a German passport, German ID card, they easily get a bank account, to be like, well, there's no problem there. What are you solving? But we see the issue because we have the problem, we've experienced it, we have people around us that have experienced it. And so we know that providing bank accounts to 7 million or a quarter of Europeans that do not have access to bank accounts is a huge market opportunity. And when you look even deeper, you see, oh, the reason why they are doing this is because they're rethinking or reinventing KYC. The reason why ING or Sparkasse, etc., they cannot do this is because of KYC. And so you have a company reinventing KYC, you're sitting on a big, massive opportunity. And we're able to see this because we're a diverse team.
And you also mentioned when we talked before that the gender diversity of your portfolio or of the companies is automatically also really high, which is,
Exactly.
Can you maybe comment on that quickly?
Yeah, exactly. So in effect, we have 40% of newcomers in Europe are children, 30% are women. So it's 70% women and children. And so we see this also in our pipeline, that almost, I think 40% of, or 37% of the teams are women-only led teams, and 33% are mixed. And so exactly, we see the people that are affected by this are bringing solutions, right?
Yeah.
Just to add on what you said before, Kaweh.
Yeah, other funds are dreaming about that number. No, but it makes total sense because diversification is, I mean, it's a pillar of investing, right? And if we diversify also into gender and different cultural backgrounds, it's just logical, and it always baffles me that we have to show the data, like female-led teams have a better income, or it's like the companies live longer, they are more economically, and it just baffles me that we need to show it, that diversification also in this direction is a positive thing, because in other directions it would be totally logical to diversify. But why is gender and cultural background such a controversial topic in that space? I don't understand it.
I already mentioned your funding round before, Carmen. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about your experience there and maybe what you would wish in funds or with the investors that you've been working with. Would you wish for something to change, or was your experience good and you felt equally treated as a woman founder than maybe your male founders?
I mean, we are in a very difficult funding environment in general right now. So our funding round, it took almost 1.5 years from when we started to when we actually closed. So it was a very long time and a lot of effort and time that went in there that we couldn't spend on our product. And actually, we also switched roles halfway through our funding round. So my co-founder at first did the lead in the finance round, and then I took over last December. And what we found is we usually do the first contact with the investors together, so that we can play both sides. You know, we can play the guy and with the technical background, and also the girl which could lead to higher diversity in the funds, and so that like every person on the other side has someone that they can relate to. And I haven't found that I was treated differently, but then again, I am only me. I'm not in the room when I'm not there, so I don't know how other people are maybe treated differently, and the numbers, they are very drastic. So only 2% of capital, I think, goes into women-only teams, and that's so low.
Yeah, even 1 in 2023. So
or lower, yeah. Yeah, but in general, our main struggle with the financing round was because of our product or the space we are in. We are in medtech, so it's a long-term game. We have for sales cycles of 2 to 5 years, and that clashes with most VCs because they also have funding cycles of maybe 7 years. So we had a lot of difficulties there because it's just not the standard VC case, but it has a very huge market and huge impact that we can reach. So on the other hand, it's a very good VC case, and in the end, we did close our round, so we found the right investor for us, and that's the most important thing. You have to find the right investor that fits your team, your idea, your product.
Definitely someone that identifies with you, or you can identify with, and
Yeah.
be that gender, or be that the same background, mechanical engineer, or be that the same kind of cultural background that you have. All right, I think there's a lot of people here that are looking a bit like, oh, what does that mean to me? Could you maybe just do a quick round of one advice that you would give to others in the room in your shoes, like maybe you for a founder, you, Gisela, for the private sector, and you for funds and for VCs? What kind of one advice to improve gender equality in your day-to-day life, or what you in your work?
I mean, we would all love to have that answer, right? For me personally, it's a lot about representation. So I decided to study mechanical engineering because I saw other women that also said I studied mechanical engineering because I have a very diverse interest profile, and I could click with that. And it was just, yeah, if she's doing it, maybe it's something for me as well. And also about panels and everything. It's about representation of different people, and so it's very important that on panels, for example, and also on female founders, that they are visible, so that other female or not female people see that it's possible with a very diverse background as well to do that thing, that special thing.
Definitely. Gisela?
So I was thinking again about this other example. Companies can also choose to say, and especially fund managers, they can say, we want to allocate an X percentage of our investments in companies that make a difference to different communities, such as companies that bring a solution to migrants, or companies where the majority of the workforce is normally women or other groups, such as the care economy. You have elderly care, healthcare, childcare. You have education, where women are actually the majority of the workers. You can also say, we choose that a percentage of our portfolio is going to be supporting these types of companies. And that is a great pitch. That is a great way to say, we're making a difference. We're adding something to the mix. And we're not just, looking at our financial bottom line, which is, it can be accompanied with a financial bottom line, but you also need to think of the non-financial additionality, as we call it from the side of the MDBs or the multilateral donors. That's the word, right? When you say there's the financial additionality, there's the non-financial, the social, there's the contribution towards things that are not only good in and of themselves, but necessary, because that's the world that where we are living. And all of these external shocks are affecting all of us in one way or another. And there are the disputes about, how the taxpayers are supporting this and that, and the immigrants and these communities. Well, that's the way you can make a difference.
And Peter?
I would say forget the social impact. I would tell my fellow funds, investors to just forget the social impact and just look at the opportunity that is there at hand. Because at the end, we are there to make our LPs happy. And you can make your LPs really happy if you don't, or you stop keeping investing in the same companies, the same industries, because they're overheated, you end up paying more, etc. It just makes economic sense to diversify the founders, the businesses, the opportunities that you see. And so just don't look at the social impact. It's just for you another way to make much more money. The evidence is there.
I know it's late. It's getting dark outside. So let's stop with a fun question that maybe people can remember afterwards. So if you could embody a superhero or an iconic figure that would champion gender equality in finance and drive the sustainable transformation, who would you be, and what would be your first action? And very short, because we're running out of time. Maybe let's start with you, Peter, this time.
So it's not like you gave us this question before, huh?
No. It's a mean question. You have to give it before so that you can prepare a bit.
So I was debating between Wonder Woman And because I like action movies, and Wonder Woman can fly and kick some ass. But then I ended up going with Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela because he was a great leader in the way that he inspired the whole world to change with no violence. And he saw that the previous community that was in the majority in power was part of the solution. Before they were the problem, but they were part of the solution. So I think Nelson Mandela will be somebody really interesting to kind of bring the men, the majority people now, also to the table to be part of the solution.
Nice example, yeah, thank you. Gisela?
So it's a living example. I'm sure most of you don't know her, but she's my hero. She's a Pakistani woman leading the best microfinance organization in the country. It's Kashaf Foundation, if you've heard of that. Her name is Roshane, and she started this microfinance organization over 25 or 30 years ago. And she started on the premise that she wanted to do finance that would transform women's lives. It's an MFI that is purely dedicated to lending to women who are absolutely underserved in that market. So the transformational approach not only is in her mind, but also in the making, because the way she explains this is, I try to bring solutions to every aspect of women's lives in their life journey. And so she thinks of, they have different products, like the easy cash solution for women in the household with pressing economic problems. They have the livestock product. They have the microinsurance for, the floods that affected them 2.5 years ago. So they try to really bring the solution and talk to the women, and they do social impact. I know you don't like it, but it's good. It's actually good to know that you are having a social impact.
Social impact.
So she does that. They go out, they talk to them, they measure the impact, and they try to embed that in further perfecting what they do with women. They're absolutely successful. They have the best numbers and they also try to do mindset changing. She has started what they call telenovelas. So they produce small videos with the lives of women in Pakistan in how they face their finances and how they face other issues, such as violence or human trafficking or different topics. They're absolutely popular. Women watch this, they get educated, and they feel understood. So this is a hero in everyday lives of the regions where they work in Pakistan.
I couldn't think actually of a person, maybe someone finds someone, but the most important aspect for me is something multifaceted, because my favorite hobby in this kind of session where it's about women is to time when the first time the sentence, us women are X or like X, and those men or they are like X. And I seldomly get over 10 minutes, and I hate it because it's like female. It's just one part of your personality being female, and it's 50% of the population, so there's a lot of diversity within the female population as well. And it's very important to keep that in mind, that it's not only about gender, but it's about the person behind that and about the multifaceted personality that they bring. And it's not about us versus them, but it's about us together for a better world.
Yeah, and we need everyone to change this, and I'm especially happy to see a lot of men here today. And sometimes it's the typical thing that these kind of discussions happen in a room full of women, which is definitely not what we want and what we need, because we heard that we need everyone to change this, and we need representation, and we need, kind of to stick together and to fight together for this. So thank you all for being such a diverse panel today and for sharing your views. Thank you all. And if you have any questions or want to discuss a bit or want to share your superhero and your next action, we will stick around here a bit.